So speaking about the cloud computing, it is an emerging technology, okay? And it has come into picture since 5 years, and that too for a good reason. So let us understand what actually cloud computing is and how it is different from its traditional way. So first, let's understand what used to happen traditionally. Okay, so let's suppose you have a website or a web server that you want to website or a web application that you want to host, right? So first of all, you would like need to buy a building. A building, that means a data center. Okay, then in that you have to set up the servers, and then you need to also get some personals to handle this all situations. So this is very costly, and data centers, buying data centers, that means not only in India but in various different countries uh, where you want to provide your services. Whereas cloud makes it so easy. Okay, you just go, you make your account, get the subscription, and then you are ready to host your web application or web app, whatever you have made or whatever software you are using. So let's see. So what is cloud computing? So basically, what is cloud that we need to understand first? So cloud is that you are using the computing power, and that too at a very low cost. Okay. And you can get all these services over the internet just sitting at home and getting a subscription and services that whatever you want. Okay. And you pay for the services that you are using. And the most important thing about here to note is that if you are using a service, okay, let's suppose you have a server, and someday um, the number of visitors in that website are like 1,000 or 10,000, and in some days in festive seasons, this number increases. So what you will do is you will use the cloud platform, and it will automatically scale up and scale down, means increase the number of servers. So let's understand this thing. So let's suppose this is a server here. So let's understand this. May I know which screen is visible? Are you able to see OneNote or slides?
No, sir.
OneNote is visible.
Okay, OneNote is visible. Yeah. So we were okay, let it be. We'll go with that, the slides. Yeah.
Hi,
So
Vinit. Is there, Vinit?
yeah, I'm there.
Is there any issue with the slide here? Because I think this is not a full.
What? I think we got some issue, but I have resolved it. So let's understand. So you understood that what cloud is and how we are able to achieve its services. Um, Okay, now let's understand that it is not only 5 years that we have cloud within us. Okay, it is actually the evolution of the technology. Okay, so what are the technologies that it has evolved from? So the first is time sharing and another is distributed computing, which has evolved uh, for a period of time to emerge as a cloud computing. So what is time sharing? This allows user to share computer resources of a large system. So let's suppose there is an user, okay, and we have a server. Okay, we have a server with a good capacity like 16 GB RAM and a good storage. Okay, so it might be sometime that a single user is not using all its resources. So these resources can be shared amongst the users. And the other thing is distributed computing. So this is a very fascinating technology where it says that if you have a very bulk of work or a bulk of workload, okay, so then we divide this workload between various computers and then achieve our goal. So we can just say it as divide and conquer. So now let's understand about cloud computing characteristics. Okay, so this is on demand. Like if you have the requirement, you go, you plug in, you buy the services you want and get those services. And it is self-service. What does self-service here means is uh, you are yourself the owner. Okay, whatever you want to, whatever design that you have in your mind, you can make it come true. Okay, whatever you want, like you want a VM, you just go over the internet, you take the VM. If you don't want VM, you can delete it by yourself. So this is a self service. Just plug whatever services you need, just take it, use it, and then if you want to discard those services, discard those. Now the network access, for wherever you need network access. Let's suppose you need access here in India. So we can just select the region as India. Let's suppose we need a multi-regional access in India, in Malaysia, in Singapore, in America. So the cloud providers such as Azure, AWS, Google, they have various data centers over various countries. Okay, so the network is very big and you can access those network and host it wherever your clients are present. Resource pooling. Okay, resource pooling is the very important characteristics. Okay, all of these characteristics are very important, but this is the most important. So what happens here in resource pooling is you have resources available. You have you have hard yeah, you have hardware, softwares. uh, Okay, so hardware, that means you have RAM, hard disk, okay, and various other things. So let's suppose you want a 4 GB, let's suppose you are making a VM with a 4 GB RAM and with a hard disk of 256 GB, okay, and then you are using it, but at times you don't need it, okay, then you delete the VM. So that resources will be used by someone else. Okay, so the resources won't be ideal. Whereas if we have our own organization, our own data center, okay, then if we are using that resources, then it is useful. But let's suppose at some point of time we are not using it, then that would be the waste of time because we are not even sharing it with someone others. So this is the concept of resource pooling. Now rapid elasticity. Rapid elasticity means there are number of users visiting your site. So at some day there would be less traffic in your website, and at some day there would be more traffic in your site. You might see that if you visit some website and that has a very high traffic on that day, it will crash, right? But this cloud technology solves that problem. If there is the increase in number of users, it will eventually increase the number of resources at backend according to your requirement. Okay. And when you don't need resources, then actually it will reduce the number of resources that you need. That is the concept of rapid elasticity. And if you are using more number of resources, you pay for that. If you are using less number of resources, you pay for that. Okay. And pay per use, that is the concept that I was like mentioning here, that whatever you use, you pay for it. So there are like 200 services available in cloud. Okay. But you might use 15 to 16 services, or maybe not all of them, right? So you don't have to pay for all the 200 services. You only pay for the services that you use. Now, speaking about the cloud deployments, okay, there are various type of cloud deployments: private, public, community, multi-cloud. We will discuss about this further in the slides, that what is private, public, community, and multi-cloud. Let's understand about the cloud delivery models. Okay, these are software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. So one by one, we will go through each of these over the upcoming slides. Okay, this is introduction, that what things are going to come in the further slides. Now let's see the future aspect of cloud, where we are going to see the cloud in near future and where it stands today. Okay, so if you go into some organization, you join some organization, then you will find that cloud has become a common practice. Okay, everyone is using cloud and it has become a standard. If you are hosting a website, then you will use the cloud technologies. Even in your organization, you might be using the things like Outlook and other softwares like SharePoint. These all are the cloud technologies. Okay, and with time, every second, every minute, every year, we see the capabilities of the cloud is increasing. The cloud is into DevOps domain, into AI domain, into ML domain. You will find the various domains that you can explore in cloud. Mass migration. Right now, what is happening is people or the organizations are moving towards cloud. Okay, so the migration, moving of the technologies that is present on campus to the cloud, is called mass migration, where we are seeing cloud most used in nowadays. Now, coming back to the cloud characteristics, we'll deep dive into it and understand each and every characteristic in deep detail. So, demand and on demand and self-service. Let's suppose you are in requirement of one of the service in of cloud. Okay, you log in into the cloud, you get the subscription. Okay, you get the technology and pay for it. It is very immediate. Okay, you are building a VM, then it is not that you have to sit and set up the software, you have to install the softwares and get it up running. Okay, you just select whatever you need, you launch it, and within seconds all that you need will be available to you. So it is a very immediate process. Accessible, immediate, and accessible. Accessible means where if you want one service to be accessible to you, only thing that you need is internet. Through internet, you can access whatever your resources are using various protocols such as SSH or RDP. And a very big support from these companies or from these service providers are available. They will provide you support 24/7. Even if you have some issues dealing, you can consult with them. And even you have a very big community where you can post your problems and they will provide you the solution to your problems. On demand and self-service saves money and time. The time, I told you the time aspect, that whatever you need, you get it in very less amount of time. So it saves your time. Now, how does it saves your money, right? So what happens is, I told you that if you want to host a website, you basically need the servers. Okay, buying a servers will cost you 1 lakh rupees. Even a small server would cost you 1 lakh rupees. And buying a high-end enterprise servers, getting the enterprise softwares for that will cost you a lot, right? But here, using the cloud technology, you pay for the on the hourly basis or maybe on the day basis, that how much resources you have used. So this will save the money. Scalability remains independent. Like if you want to scale your app on a high extent on various regions, it is your decision. If you want it, you can scale your apps. If you don't, you can just leave it. Okay, scalability is independent. So getting the access to the cloud technology, all you need is internet, that is mentioned in this slide. Now, let's understand about resource pooling. Okay, I told you a concept of this. Resource pooling, I said that you can get the resources, okay, you can use it and then leave it. Then it is not idle. If you left that resources, some other person sitting around the globe will use the same resources. And when you are over with using those resources, you can leave it, and that resources will go into the resource pool from where the others can use it. This concept also we dealt with rapid elasticity, scale up or scale down as per your requirement, as per the traffic in the internet. You can increase the number of servers so that the traffic can be handled, and it can be scaled down eventually when the traffic is low. Now let's understand the cloud computing values. So cloud computing's value is ability to extend access, provision resources as you need. So basically in your organization, where the cloud technology will be used is to provision resources, get the new technologies, use it. Okay, that are the cloud computing values. Pay as you use. So whatever you are using in a cloud computing technology, only for that you will be paying. Now we come to the point of cloud deployment models. As we have seen in the earlier slides, I have shown that we'll be going through this. Now let's deep dive into this. So we have in general 5 types of cloud deployment models, that is private, public, community, multi-cloud and hybrid. Let's understand about the private. So private cloud means your organization doesn't want to share the information over the internet, okay? Or your or your organization is dealing with some secret things or some secret technologies that needs to be shared over the internet. So they will prefer the private cloud. Example, banking sector, defense sector, they will use private cloud where the hardware of that system belongs only to that organization. No one is able to attack the organization to get the information out of it. And the private cloud, I will say, is the most secure cloud, but again with some restrictions, that it doesn't have the access over the internet. Public cloud. So in a public cloud, it is open to all. You can access the resources over the internet and use it. Like suppose you might have gone through this period that you are working from home, right? So those services, those services like you access your VMs, that is in your organization using the RDP protocol. You connect to your organization using some kind of VPN like Cisco VPN, Open VPN, other kind of VPNs. You connect through it. You connect through it, okay, and get the access to the public cloud. And that these things are the cloud technologies. So I would like to ask, till now, are you able to understand the things and grab the concepts? If you have any doubts, you can ask. Is the things clear? I'd like to ask. Can anyone please tell me? Okay, so let's move. Now we are into the community cloud. So community cloud means, let's suppose your organization is into different regions and two organizations, like for organization name, I would just say that Google and Microsoft, right? They want their employees to use the services of each other. Okay, then they will form a community, and the community cloud are only accessible to the employees that are there in that organization. No other person from the outside world can access, but the employees from that organization can access these type of cloud. Multi-cloud basically means two or more public and private clouds. So basically what happens is, if you are connecting the two private clouds, one public cloud, two private clouds with each other, or two public clouds with each other, then that is called multi-cloud. Like you are connecting the Azure with AWS, then that will be called as multi-cloud. And if your organization has your own private cloud and other organization has its own private cloud, and if we connect each other, then that would be called a multi-cloud. Hybrid cloud. Now hybrid cloud, basically this, most of the organizations will use hybrid cloud. Okay, and this is a very important cloud technology. So let's understand what is hybrid cloud. So your company or your organization is using Azure services. Okay, that is a public cloud, but in you cannot keep each and every information on the public cloud. Why? Because publicly it is in some kind of danger. Though security has improved a lot, but still there are some security concerns that you cannot keep everything on a public cloud, because the cloud vendor who is providing you these services, even he can use your data at some point of time. So to maintain security, we use hybrid cloud. Whichever information that is important to us, we keep it on the private cloud, and whichever information that is uh, not important, or we can say the severity is less, we keep it on the public cloud. So combining this cloud with each other is known as hybrid cloud. Now private deployment is exclusively used by the single organization. Now advantages of the private cloud: it is exclusive, it is only for the one organization, it is secure. I said the people from the internet cannot attack it, so it is very secure. Not multi-tenant, because various companies are not using your cloud. Okay, and complies with privacy regulations. So whatever privacy documentations you have for your organization or for a private organization, they can use it in the private deployment. Now, speaking about the public cloud, it is, I said, less secure. Okay, but the advantage is that it is free of hardware and software purchases. If you are using a private cloud, then basically you have to buy the hardware and you have to buy the software to build the private cloud. But here in the public cloud, no need to buy the hardware, no need to buy the software. You can just plug and run. Now we'll understand that why public cloud is less secure. So public cloud can be used by various organizations. Let's suppose this is organization A and this is organization B. On the left hand side, I'll say organization A, and right hand side, I'll say the organization B. So they both are connected and they are using some of the resources of the cloud vendor. Okay, but let's suppose this company A on the left hand side now doesn't want these resources. Okay, and it decommissions these resources. So at some point of time, it can happen that these resources get attached with the second organization, and the second organization will be able to access the information of the organization one if it is not properly deleted, and it gets commissioned, and these resources get assigned to the organization number B. Now, multi-cloud, multi-providers, you have a broad amount of features, okay, and redundancy. Now let's understand about the the National Institute of Standards and Technology divide these cloud technologies into various services. Okay, the first service would be software as a service. The second would be infrastructure as a service. And the third one would be platform as a service. Now, understanding these are the deployment uh, models. Okay. Now, understanding about the software as a service, infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service one by one. So let's go and deep dive into software as a service. So it replaces the traditional enterprise applications. So whenever you are dealing in a organization, you basically buy the enterprise softwares, right? You don't use the open source softwares like GitHub or something. Instead of that, you use enterprise softwares like GitLab, right? So enterprise softwares comes with number of features, but no need to buy these enterprise softwares. You can just use software as a service over the cloud. So examples of software as a service would be salesforce.com. Maybe you might have come across the Salesforce services that runs on cloud, and anyone can just go log in through your credentials and use this Salesforce. Other would be Microsoft 365. So whatever the office services of Microsoft is there, you can use it over the cloud using Microsoft 365. And the other one would be the Google Apps. So these are all software as a service. Now, the other thing is infrastructure as a service. Replaces data centers, including storage and compute services. So you need a high computing service, you need a storage, right? Then no need to buy the storage. This infrastructure as a service of cloud replaces those things. Okay, you don't need a data center, you don't need a storage, you don't need a computing resources. You will use infrastructure as a service of the cloud. So in an infrastructure as a service, you can buy this infrastructure from either Azure, Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud. There are other vendors also like Alibaba, but I am mentioning over here the most three commonly used cloud vendor's name. Okay, where you can use infrastructure as a service. Now, platform as a service, cloud version of application deployment, development and hosting of applications. So what happens in platform as a service, it makes easier for you, it makes easier for you to develop the application, deploy it and host it. Okay, all you need to do is write a code in React, maybe Python, or whatever programming language you prefer, maybe Node.js or other Java, anything it can be. Okay, you write the code. Okay, once you write the code, you need to host it, right? So when you need to host it, then you will make use of opening the ports, maybe port 80 if you're using the HTTP service. Okay, if you're using a SSH, you will open the port 22 or other things. So no need to make those changes. What platform as a service do is, you just give us the code, we will handle the deployment and hosting. Okay, this is where your uh, development, deployment and hosting becomes easier. Also, when you develop a code, right, then maybe at some point of time you might face some kind of issue. You have written a code and you did some mistake, a bug will arise and the servers would crash. But here you can just go to your previous deployments and use that till your problem resolves in platform as a service, and the things will go very easily. Now, software as a service. So there are approximately 2,000 like software as a service providers. For that, I just told you the three examples. You remember Salesforce, Microsoft 365, right? But there are more 2,000 vendors that provide software as a service, and you can use them as you want. Software as a service replaces the traditional enterprise applications. Okay, unlimited scalability, right? If you buy an enterprise software, you install it in some computer. Let's suppose I am installing a CAD software in my computer, so it has limited amount of resources. Let's suppose I am using a 2 GB graphics card, so it will acquire a 2 GB graphic card, it will acquire a maybe 16 GB RAM or some kind of 500 GB of hard disk, SSD hard disk. But let's suppose at some point of time in that CAD software I need a 4 GB graphic card, or maybe more than that, up to 6 or 8 GB graphic card. Then in that laptop it is not possible, right? Because you will totally need to buy a new laptop to use uh, a 6 GB graphic card or 8 GB graphic card. And even if you have a CPU, then you will have to replace it. But here you have a scalability unlimited scalability. Like if your demand increases, it will scale accordingly. And whenever a software update comes, see, in you are using Windows, right? Whenever the software update comes, then you will go update the software, then your system will restart, and the software update may keep on going for like 1 hour, 1 to 2 hours, right? But here the update would be continuous and automatic. You no need to give the permission to the softwares that yes, update it. It will be automatic and continuous, and even you won't face any kind of bugs. Now, so what does software as a service replaces? It basically, you can take the CRM technology of your company or the ERP technology. Okay, in those cases you can use software as a service. For an example I'll give is salesforce.com, which is basically a CRM, customer relationship management solution, that is popular with enterprise focusing on customer services and sales management. This is one of the software as a service. The other one is Google Workshop. that provides you storage, work processing, spreadsheets, and more. Okay, this can be shared with number of users. If you want your spreadsheets to be shared with someone else, just you can use this software as a service. Microsoft 365, the SaaS version of popular Microsoft Office platforms. Now SaaS features. In SaaS features, the advantage of the SaaS features would be no need to purchase hardware and software. Whichever service that you are using, you just need to buy a subscription. And as soon as you get the subscription, you are ready to use. Infrastructure as a service, okay, the features of it replaces compute and storage, host applications and database, and it can be deployed as private, public, or hybrid cloud. As I said, infrastructure as a service is provided by Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud Platform, and AWS. Now, IaaS values, again, no need to purchase hardware and software. Whatever you use, you pay for it, provides elastic scaling as per the traffic in your website. Now, PaaS features, cost-effective application deployment. Okay, the deployment model would be cost-effective. The solutions, if your deployment is failing, so the solutions would be made easier using this PaaS service. It reduces the complexity of application deployment. Now, PaaS is supported by most of the IaaS cloud providers, like again Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud Platform, and AWS. PaaS values reduces deployment complexity. Okay, I think pay as you go, and the life cycle, the development life cycle that your organization follows, the PaaS services will help you to speed up that application deployment. Okay, now we have discussed and we have come to the second section, but before going into the second section, I will tell you that uh, what is what is the use of understanding these things as a cloud engineer. So once you become a cloud engineer, right? Let me see if anyone has some doubts. Oh, IaaS stands for infrastructure as a service. Okay, and PaaS stands for platform as a service. I mentioned it in the previous slides. Okay. Now, as a cloud engineer, why it is important for you to understand these concepts? So if you are a cloud engineer, you join an organization and you start. Once you start, you will make a lot of mistakes, but you have to understand the organization's demand. Okay, what organization needs? Does it need PaaS services? Does it need IaaS services? Or does it need software services? And accordingly, I told you all the concepts. Now you can understand that what your organization needs. You will classify them, that what your organizations need, and you will use that services of the cloud. Okay, so we will have a break now, 10 minutes break. Then we will continue with the further concepts, and if anyone has doubt for now, they can just post, and I will help on their whatever the doubts you have. Okay, and we have completed one module of the cloud computing, and after the break we will be starting with the other module of the cloud computing. Thank you. Be able. Okay. Okay, I see a couple of responses from your side. So I'll take it as yes, and we will start. Now we will see the things practically. Okay. Just give me a second. Okay. So let's start and understand everything practically. So to make the concepts clear, I will basically use Azure for you to understand. Okay. I'll go to the Azure portal. So basically you will find the Azure portal like this. You can. Alright. Yeah. So this is from where you can access the cloud services. This is an Azure portal. This is of Microsoft. Okay. Now I'll just sign in with my credentials for now to show you how the dashboard looks like. Yeah. So I have logged in using my credentials. Okay. And this is the portal of the Azure cloud. Now I said that you can use various services. Now to see the all services available for Azure, you can just click over here. Okay. And then you see all those things that you can use is present here. If you want SQL database, you can go here, you can create. So easy, right? No need to install the softwares. Like if you're dealing in your private organization, then you will have to install SQL, then configure it. You have to decide the username, password. Here, you just go here and create. So simple. We have virtual machines. Simply, we have uh, Azure Cosmos DB. This is basically a NoSQL type of DB, which you can use. This is a structured. This would be the unstructured one. Function apps, app services, storage accounts. You can build a network. You can monitor the services, everything. So these kinds of services are available here. Now, for a basic example, for now, and you also get this kind of cloud shells. Okay, these are a small cloud shells which you can use as a bash or as a PowerShell. If you are familiar with the Linux operating system, you go with the bash. If you are comfortable with the Windows operating system and you are using, you can use the PowerShell also. So right now I'll go with the bash. Okay, you need the subscription to get this. Right now I don't have subscription, so we'll leave it like that. But it's just like a Linux operating system where you can run the Azure commands to uh, uh, to avail whatever infrastructure you need. Now, understanding the services, you can see over here also, right? Kubernetes services, then you have functional apps, storage accounts, app services. Now, virtual machines. Understanding the virtual machines. Okay. So you need to create a virtual machine. You will just click on create and create Azure virtual machine. Okay, now here in create virtual machines, first of all you will select the subscription. Right now I don't have any subscription for me, but once you have the subscription you can select the subscription. Why this is important? So the billing will happen to that subscription. Whatever the amount that would be billed, like maybe $10, $20 or so, that will be billed to that subscription. Now you can give any name to your virtual machine. Let's suppose I give it as Ubuntu, right? Now you can select availability. Do you want to scale your virtual machines, or you can right now I will just keep it simply, but if you want to scale your virtual machines, you can use virtual machine scale sets or availability sets as per your requirement. Okay, then which operating system you need in this virtual machine? So there is a hell lot of options from which you can select which kind of uh, operating system you need. So for now I will just select Red Hat Enterprise. Maybe you can select whatever. Now in this, which type of operating system you want? So, let's suppose if I would have selected here Windows, then we have two options in Windows, the 32-bit operating system and the 64-bit operating system. In a similar way, we have that those with the Linux also, right? If you want the architecture to be in a ARM64 or maybe in a 64-bit, that you can select over here. Okay, then how you would like to access these virtual machines? So I would like to access it using the SSH public key. So an SSH port will be opened for this, the authentication type. If you want a simple password type authentication in your virtual machine, that we usually do when you log in into Windows, you put your username, you put your passwords. So you can use this, but this is less secure. Okay, the security comes with the encryption, and for encryption you can use this SSH public keys. Okay, inbound traffic that you want to allow would be the SSH port 32. So for now I will just go with the username and password, and I will just give any username that and any password for now, and some numbers maybe. Okay, wait. Yeah, so 12 characters, right? So maybe I can give some long password. Yeah, that would be fine. And here also. Okay, and next disk. Now in this, we have set up the basic things here about the virtual machine. Now about the disk, which disk type you want. Okay, I will select the so if you need a disk within a single data center, then you can select this option. Okay, and if you want more security for your disk, you can select the encryption type you want. Okay, double encryption, encryption at rest. We will discuss these things but later on. But you know the concept of encryption, right? Where you need a public key and a private key. So this is about the disk. Then networking, whether you want to assign some public IP address to it. Okay, what name you want to give to your virtual networks, basically creating the VNets within an organization, so that you can like keep the different groups in a different VNets. Okay, monitoring. If some issues come to your virtual machine, you might see if you're using a Linux operating system, you generally run the update and upgrade commands and you face an issue. Okay, where at that time it is unmonitored over there, and whatever the issue comes, then you have to think and resolve yourself. But here you can just on the monitoring, so that the system will automatically detect the problems, monitor it, and make available logs available for you, from which you can further diagnose it. Then some further advanced settings you can see that you can make over here. Okay, then you can provide tags. This is of no use. And finally you can just click over here, create, and your virtual machine would be created, and some IP address will be assigned to you. And using either putting whatever IP address you have over here, like I'm just taking an example, if you have this IP address, you can access your system. Or this is an example of putty. If it is a Windows operating system or maybe even Linux, you can also enable the RDP services and put the IP address and again the login ID and password as per requirement. So that is we saw the Azure portal and we understood about some basic concepts and some basic understanding of this Azure portal, that how can you avail the resources. Now, jumping to our next session, we will start with the migration and understand what is migration and how it helps the organization and why the organizations are migrating to cloud. So let's start with cloud computing migration planning. So whenever right now your organization might be working in a private cloud, and now it wants to migrate to the public cloud. So understanding the migration and planning it properly is very important. If you are not planning it properly, then you will uh, like the huge cost would be required. Then you will be spending money on the experts to migrate these things later on. But if your planning is very good, you have created the whole blueprint, then the migration will go easy and you will be able to migrate from the private cloud to the public cloud. Now, why migration is so difficult? Okay, let's understand that. Why migration is so difficult. So your organization has the data of the users. Let's suppose your organization has the data of the users and you want to move that data to the public cloud. Now that data is not a simple data. Either it can be a structured data, it can be a unstructured data, or it can be a hybrid kind of data that might be available. Okay, now let's understand these things. If you have any doubts till that time, you can just post it over the chat. Okay, so this is your organization, right? And it is having the data of the users over here. So the data could be structured, unstructured, or any type of data can be available. What is structured data? Structured data is basically the data that you store in the SQL. Okay, that would be the structured data, a well-defined data that has some kind of schema or some kind of relation. Whereas the unstructured data doesn't have any kind of relation. Okay, you can consider the NoSQL for that, which is an unstructured data. And unstructured data, for an example, you can also take as videos, photos, right? Those are all unstructured data. And then we have the third type, that is semi-structured data. So semi-structured data you can consider as a format of XML. Okay, some kind of those formats are semi-structured data. So moving these different kinds of data from your private cloud to the public cloud is called migration, is a process called migration. Shifting your softwares, your hardwares, your storage, everything from private cloud to the public cloud is called migration. And it is a difficult task, okay, because this data could be linked through various databases, and you need to understand each and every link and perform the same changes in the public cloud so that your software or your web app which is running is not affected by these changes. Also, when you are migrating, you might start with a slow process. You might first transfer one of your module, okay, then you might transfer the second module, then you might transfer the third module. But later on you need to increase your speed, okay, you need to accelerate with the pace so that you can transfer more number of modules in a single day, and bring this process in the automation. Okay, prepare some kind of automation script if possible so that this migration process becomes easier. Okay, now migration analysis. So understanding about the migration analysis, first comes the breadth analysis. Okay, so what does breadth analysis means here is that your organization has various kinds of softwares, right? These softwares might have more linkages, okay, more links, either via the database or something else. So you need to have the complete understanding of your organization in depth so that you know what all things are required. Let's suppose if you are running a website, then you might require PHP, SQL, and various other things to host a website. So you need to have those understandings so that you can migrate from your organization to the cloud very easily. And this can all, and also there might be some cases that in your organization you might be using the old technologies, okay, so with time you will need to modernize yourself, okay, you need to modernize yourself. This would help in the migration steps. Now moving next. Now moving application, now understanding some of the terms that is related to the migration. So one term that you will come across is moving the application. Okay, so you have some kind of app, right, that you want to move to the cloud, right? So what will happen is you need to first have the complete understanding of that app, okay, then only you can move it to the cloud. Now it is a process. How it is a process, I'll tell you. If you deploy a software, right, then might be you first install java, okay, then might be you install something kind of Python, okay, and then at end you install whatever software that you need, right? And that software is dependent on Python, and that software is dependent on Java, right? So that is the whole process. First you need to install Java, Python, then the software that you define in the automation script, and through the automation script then you move the application from your private cloud to the public cloud. So migration is not only moving the application to the cloud, okay, now that application might have some kind of authentication where it needs the username and password. So to if you are transferring that application, you have to also transfer its data. Whatever data it requires, you also have to transfer that things. Now, operate and improve. So you need to find the ways. The cloud always finds the way to meet the user expectations, right? Whenever you are migrating, okay, that does not mean that you just migrated and it is not meeting the user expectation. Like in your private cloud, the app was working fine, right? But once you moved it to the cloud, it stopped working fine. Okay, this should not happen. You should meet the user expectation. And once you deploy your app in the migration step, then you have to continuously improve the application so that user uh, is someone can mute, I think some voice. Yeah. So once you migrate that app, you continuously needs to improve its code to improve the application quality, right? You might see if you're using Flipkart or maybe Amazon, these apps are also hosted on the cloud platform, and these applications improve with the time. The user experience, they improve. Okay. Now the migration step, the important step of this migration is identify which data to move. Okay, like you might have a tons of data in your organization, maybe some petabytes of data, right? Or maybe hexabytes of data. So you cannot move all the data to the cloud, right? Because it will cost you more. The cost will increase if you move all the data. So you want to reduce the cost, right? You want to reduce the cost. So how will you reduce the cost? You will identify the data which is important for your organization and for that specific application. This is very important step as a cloud administrator or a cloud developer to identify which data you want to move. Once you have identified the data you want to move, you can move it towards the cloud, right? Now security. While migrating, you have to maintain the security also. When you are transferring the data from one end to the second end, means from your private no, just going back, from your private organization to the public cloud, to the public cloud. So what will happen is you have to maintain the security. Some kind of echo. Is everyone on mute? I'm getting some kind of,
Now you
yeah, now it is good. Yeah, so the data needs to be secure. Once you're moving your data from your organization to the private cloud, okay, you need to maintain the security. How can you maintain the security? You can either encrypt, okay, you can either encrypt the data, or maybe you can use some private services of that of that cloud provider to move the data from your organization to the cloud. So the things should be private so that the information the important information from your organization is not leaked. Compliance. Now compliance, okay. So understanding the compliance issues. What happens if you are in maybe some countries, okay, countries like maybe for a better example, I'll give China as an example. So in China, the strict rules are very strict. The data cannot move out of their country, okay. So the cloud providers need to also adhere to this, okay. They have to follow all the compliance uh, whatever rules of that region or of that state is there. Okay, so most of the time when deploying a VM in the China region, you will see that they won't allow you to do that because they keep things private in their country itself. Similar, US might have some other rules. Our country might have some other rules according to the government. So that rules need to be followed. While migrating, all the rules you have to follow. Okay, then performance means how well your system will perform on the cloud, how fast the data is getting processed, and how you can improve the performance with the time. Now the basically business case is basically you will identify that how the migration would help your company. Okay, and while migrating, you also have to think whether the migration is providing some kind of benefit for your organization if you are moving towards the cloud. It is not that you will go blindly and try these things. Okay, you have to have a complete plan if you are using the migration service in your business. Now the terms that we need to understand is data content. So what the data contains, okay, whether the data is confidential or whether we can have that data publicly available. If it is confidential, then we have to encrypt it and keep it confidentially. If it is available to the public, then yeah, anyone can use it and access that data using APIs or some other services to access that data. Again, we are speaking that modernization is very important. Okay, every day, every single minute, the technology is changing. Okay, let's suppose in your organization earlier, if you are building a web app or maybe a website, then you might be using the database like SQL, right? Or maybe Postgres, PostgreSQL, something like that, or other database are also available, right? You might be using that kind of databases, but now the technology has changed. The new database of the cloud providers have come into picture. The one that I showed you as Cosmos DB, right? That is one of the example. So you have to use these new database technologies in your organization, being the modernization so that your app runs as fast as possible and the user experience is very fluent and nice, okay, and very easy for the users to understand your application. So you have to modernize, you have to use the recent technologies to compete in the market. Data consideration, I said, according to the laws, you have to follow the compliance, whatever rules are there. The data stores, what kind of data stores you need and in what all regions do you need that. Data ownership, who would be the right person to access those data, whether it is administrator, whether it is a group of users, or whether it is the whole thing that could be made publicly available. Architecture consideration, while migrating, you have to consider the architecture. Okay, you have to have a well architected architecture of your organization. Why this is very important? Because when you are transferring a data from uh, if you are transferring your data from your company to cloud, right, to cloud, then you have to follow few things, that the data that you are transferring should not be duplicate. Okay, and you're not transferring any kind of data. If it is a duplicate data, it will take a lot number of storage. Okay, and if it takes more storage, you will have to pay more. So migration step, this is very important. You need to understand that the architecture is very well designed so that the data is not duplicated. Okay, then uh, avoid integration and access, improve integration and access. So from there might be integration between two apps in your organization. Okay, that integration you have to improve. You have to improve the quality of APIs that you are building while migrating. So these are the things that we saw, basically important for migration: the security, compliance, and the third one is performance. Now, this is the very important concept while migrating: understanding total cost of ownership. Okay, so let's understand what is this total cost of ownership. When you are migrating from organization A to cloud, how much cost will be involved to carry out this process? How much money the organization will need to do this process? And you cannot be like, okay, might be we can estimate this much thing and we can go into cloud and then we can buy things and we can test things, right? No, you have to have a proper plan that how much money would be required. And to have the proper plan, the concept of total cost of ownership will help you to understand this concept. Okay, now there are two things. The one is the total cost of ownership, the total cost required, okay, to do all your process from migrating from your company to the cloud. And the other thing is return on investment. So whatever you have invested, the money that you have invested, uh, the money that you will be investing to do this process, after investing this money, how much returns you are going to get, how much returns you can expect you will get after doing this. Okay, how it will benefit you and how much more users will come in your website to access this and avail the services, and how much profit you can gain from that. These all things you need to calculate before migrating. Okay, now let's move next. Now accessing operational cost. Okay, we understood about the uh, total cost of ownership, right? Now total cost of ownership plus transactional cost. Okay, now the total cost of ownership would be like, you, let's understand the TOC in a much detail. Okay, so the TOC basically means that total cost of ownership, what all things you will be buying in the cloud. Maybe you might be buying a virtual machine. Okay, you might be buying some kind of storage. Okay, maybe, let's, for an easy example, let's say SQL. Okay, then you might be preparing some kind of network. Okay, then most other services, maybe AIML services you are using. Okay, AIML services that you might be using, or maybe DevOps services that you might be using, right? You need all these things. Okay, then you will find out for an year how much this virtual machine will cost. This much virtual machine might cost you, let's say, approximately $100. Okay, dollars. SQL might cost you $80. Okay, network might cost you 70. This might cost you $50, or this might cost you something like $190. Okay, so then you will make the total of this, that how much the total cost is there to get all these services that we require. That is called total cost of ownership. Okay, but when you are migrating, okay, then you need your organization's data to be transferred to the cloud. That is called TOC plus the transactional cost. Okay, And ROI basically means the whole investment that you're doing. Let's suppose the total investment of these is, let's suppose it is $500 that you are making per year. And here the transactional cost comes out to be the $200 per year. So the total cost would be $700, right? But what ROI means, that you are making a profit. You are making a profit of, let's suppose, $1,000 a year. Okay. Then the ROI would be the profit that you are making plus the cost that you put minus the cost that you put. Okay. So the 3,000 would be your $3,000 would be your ROI. This all calculations you have to make before you migrate. Okay. Now moving next. Now migration, these few things will help you to migrate. Okay. Current state assessment. Now you have some kind of app, right? You have some kind of app. Current state, what is its current state? Whether it is in a working position. Okay. Whether it is in a working position, whether it is under development. Okay. Under development, or maybe it is in a failed state. Your app is in a failed state. Okay. Now this app was inside your organization for now. Okay. But once you move to the cloud and you move the working app on the cloud, okay, then you will see if I have transferred this to the cloud, is it working properly on the cloud? Is it working properly on the cloud? You will have to find that. Okay. If it is not working properly on the cloud, in which state is going under, and what can be done to bring that app to the proper state, that you have to identify while migrating. Okay. Then future state architecture. In this you will see that how you are going to build the architecture of your organization. Okay. How and where you will keep the apps, and what are the future aspects. Okay. If you are going to add some more new things, how will you include that in your architecture, needs to identify on this step. After performing these two steps, you go with the TOC model. How much cost will be required in everything would be calculated in this step. Okay. And then at the last you will see the business benefits and the return on investment, that what business benefits you are getting using this, and what returns you are getting from it, and is it really profitable for your company, or the old architecture, the traditional architecture that was using was more profitable. Now current state assessment, application inventory state level assessment. Okay. Sample application assessment, full state inventory, and application migration approach. Now current state assessment, as I said, you first can take a sample application. Okay. Sample application and make analysis on this. For you, if you are beginning as a cloud engineer, just take a sample application and perform some kind of migration on that and try to calculate the things. Okay. And what kind of approach you will be taking to migrate that you will have to define in this step. Service level operational environment assessment, your current infrastructure, operational cost, current architecture qualities and requirement, and correct state model and processes. So current infrastructure, basically your organizational infrastructure, the cost that you are going to calculate. Okay. Then how, what quality you need, what kind of quality you need while going to the cloud, whether you need a 4 GB RAM, 8 GB RAM, or 16 GB RAM, what kind of quality of services do you need, that you define in this step. Okay. Then the model that you would be following. Okay. That would be defined in the service level and operational environment assessment. Now, additional cost consideration. What is this? This is very important step. Additional cost consideration. Okay, make note of this, because at the end of this lecture we are going to have some kind of quiz. So you will come across these kind of concepts, and your mind would be challenged to solve those problems. So additional cost consideration. So you are in an organization, right? You are in an organization, you already have servers, you already have hardware, okay? And now you are migrating to cloud. Now you are migrating to cloud. But after you migrate, what will happen of these servers? What will have happen of these hardwares? Okay, if you sell these servers, if you sell these hardwares, what kind of money you are going to get from this? That also you will have to calculate. Okay, because now these things will become useless, right? Servers and hardwares, once you move to the cloud, the things that are in your organization will become useless. So that cost also you will have to calculate, that with those useless stocks, what kind of profit I am going to get. That is done in the additional cost consideration. Okay. Okay, now few terms to understand, that is replace. Now some softwares like SQL, okay, some softwares like your CRM, okay, CRM, or uh, ERP, these kind of applications, okay, you manually install those on uh, you manually install these softwares in your organization, right? But moving to the cloud, you can just go and create those softwares and use those softwares there itself. Okay, no need to install the SQL. Now let me tell you why. Like we can buy a VM. Okay, we can buy a VM in the cloud. Okay, and then we can install the SQL over it. But why should we not do that? Else directly take the SQL service from the cloud, because the updates or the things that will be happening automatically. Just for an example, I'll show you. Okay. uh, okay, okay, now here I'll be showing you in that portal. Okay, give me this mouse. So now let's understand the things practically. Okay, replace the software with the software. Okay, now here we go. Right, I'll go to the home page. This is the home page. Now what you can do is basically take a virtual machine and install the SQL over the virtual machine itself. But you should not do that. You should basically take the SQL data service from here itself. So it is the responsibility of your cloud provider to keep it updated and free from the attacks, whereas your virtual machine can be attacked. And here it will provide a more security, more storage at a very low cost, right? And only the SQL data would be stored here so that it doesn't get corrupted. Whereas in virtual machine, you can have various other kinds of data also. Yeah, we understood about the replace, reuse. So Reuse means whatever application you are using, okay, for that you define the set of services that you will be needing, right? How should I like I'll explain this. You have an application, okay, then for that application you might require various services, like you might require some kind of monitoring, okay, you might require storing the logs of that, okay, other services that you will require. Then you will avail those services one by one from the cloud and reuse it for various other applications also. Okay, that is one thing. Now, the applications that is in your organization, okay, and once you move that to the cloud, it might be it is not so cloud friendly. So accordingly, to make your app cloud friendly or cloud native, you have to make such modifications in your app so that it becomes cloud friendly. That is called the refactor step of the migration. Replatform. So replatform means you are replacing your traditional technologies with the cloud platform or the new technologies and the technologies that is coming in the future. Rehost. So rehost is again, you might have heard that cloud is lifting and shifting. Okay, you lift the app from your organization and shift it to the cloud. That is called rehost, means hosting your application again back on the cloud, and that too without any modification. Or in earlier steps we saw that we are modifying the codes according to the cloud to make it cloud native, but here in a rehost we don't make any changes, we just lift and shift. So you have to identify, might be your organization might have 10 apps, okay, might be 5 of them need modifications, so they will move to the refactor step. But might be there might be 5 or apps that doesn't need any kind of modification, that can directly be shifted on the cloud. So the cloud engineer needs to identify those apps that can be directly shifted through this process that is called rehost. We identify that these apps are directly able to move, so we'll move them. Retire. Now I said you have 10 applications, might be 4 of them, and 4 of them are like you need some update, 4 of them you don't need update. But there can be other type of apps that you need to totally retire. You will not these apps are of no use. We have 2 apps that are of no use, so we will simply retire those apps, okay, in an organization, and will not shift them to the cloud to make the uh, to increase the burden over the cost. Okay, will not increase the burden of cost over our organization. So a cloud engineer will identify that if this app is important to transfer, if it is not important to transfer, it will directly retire that app. Now being a migration engineer, it is very important to understand the data, services, the business process of your organization, and the system integration points. Then you have to also deal with defining the integration strategy for internal and external systems and how the data will be shared. Outline the migration path for legacy systems to the new architecture. You have to outline that how we can replace our traditional technologies with the new architecture, or the old server host model with the new architectures, that you have to outline while migrating. Now The very important step is select a cloud provider. There are various cloud providers that are available in the market, such as Azure, AWS, and cloud. So it is not that you will go with, yeah, Google is a big company, let's go with Google, or Azure is a big company, let's go with Azure. This AWS, I have heard the name a lot, let's go with AWS. It's not like that. You have to identify according to your organization's need that which cloud provider is best suitable to your demands, to your organization's needs. Okay. Now, how will you select a cloud provider? Let's deep dive and see those steps. Features and functions. First of all, you will define the requirements. Just give me a second. Yeah. So now here you will define the requirements of your company. You might have some requirement as one, requirement as two, requirement as three. Here requirement might be you need AI ML, some kind of picture recognition system. Okay, you might need that. Okay, then you might have the second requirement. Okay, you need a complete automation using DevOps. Okay, and the other service could be you need a high-end security model for your company. Okay, so these features you need to pinpoint. You need to pinpoint that which cloud provider is providing me the best AI ML services and where I can get that, whether it's on Azure, AWS, or Google, where I'm getting this DevOps, the best services, where I'll get the security best. So might be you can have some kind of priority. Maybe you can have like, okay, if it is 20% also AIML, I can consider it. Okay, if it is 40% reliable also DevOps, I can consider it. But I need a high security reliance, that is 90%. I need a great security for my application. So I will see these things and then we'll try to identify which cloud provider is best for me. So here you compare and contrast your needs. You compare that how uh, your needs are, if your needs are meeting the requirements according to the cloud provider. Flexible resources and configurations allow you to configure resources in different ways. So if you are taking some kind of resource, as we saw in an example that I showed you, we took a resource as virtual machine in an Azure, right? So, so we took a service name as virtual machine in Azure. Okay, so how it is flexible? It should be very flexible. How it was flexible? We were able to select if we need public IP or maybe private IP. Okay, okay, it should be very flexible which kind of operating system we need. We saw that the different list of operating systems were available, right? Then if we need encryption or not, these kind of flexibility should be provided. What kind of disk you need, whether you need a HDD, SDD, or um, more advanced disk than that in your VM. So is your cloud very flexible to provide these kind of configurations or the configurations that you need? Okay, and according to your requirements, then you will select the cloud provider. Dynamic scale up and scale down of resources. We have seen this scale up and scale down. What does it mean? Scale up means if there is a large traffic for your application makes uh, use of more number of servers at that time so that the traffic can be managed. And scale down, we saw the same. When the traffic decreases, we just scale down. So you need to identify whether the cloud provider is providing good scale up and scale down at a least amount of time, right? You need to see that. Now, seamless support of multi-cloud. Multi-cloud here, what does it mean is you have AWS, you have Azure, and you have Google. Okay. So it should not be like your company is totally hosted on AWS. No, that is totally wrong. Why should why should your company's total architecture be hosted on AWS? Some part of this can also be hosted on Azure, and the same, it can also be hosted on Google, right? So you have to see that whether there is communication so you have to see whether there is communication between these two organizations, whether AWS is allowing you to communicate with Azure and Google if required. Why should I host everything in AWS? Something should rely on Azure. Maybe some services of Azure are very good. Maybe some services of Google are very good. Maybe some services of AWS are very good. And there could be, you might see some conditions that this service is not available on other cloud platform also. So you should have a support where you can use multiple cloud. Yeah, we have seen this. Then role based access control. Now this is a very important concept, role based access control. Okay. uh, so what happens is, let's suppose you have a VM. I just draw a VM in your cloud. Okay. And you only want the admins to access this VM, to access these VMs. Okay. You don't want unknown user to access this. You don't want uh, the employee of that organization to access this. Okay. So you can define the role based access control, that this VM should only be accessible through admins. Or maybe there might be some services that you also want that the unknown users are should use that. So in a role based access control, you can define that, yeah, the unknown user can also use these services. Okay. So this comes under role based access control. You define the role of the user. Okay. And you have to identify that which cloud provider is providing you the best role based access control that your company need is. Now, comprehensive monitoring and logging. It is not that every time the system would work properly, right? Sometimes the things may go wrong. Sometimes uh, you might face some kind of errors that you might not be able to catch at at that moment. Okay. So your cloud provider should be very efficient, that whenever the things go wrong, it is able to monitor those things and also log them in a log file, so that the administrator or a developer can see those things, that something is going wrong, and make the changes accordingly. And also it is important, not only monitoring and logging, but the system or the cloud provider should automatically give you suggestions that yes, you can do this to improve on this, you can do these things to solve these kind of problems. So when you are dealing to select a cloud provider, this step is important. You need to see that which cloud provider is giving you best monitoring and logging. Image lifecycle system. Manage images from the creation to the disposal. So if you are hosting a app, okay, what is a life cycle? Life cycle means from the start to the end, all the steps followed. Okay, so your cloud provider should give you that ability to define that life cycle. Okay, maybe you don't need VM after so and so date. So you should be able to define the life cycle, that even if I am not available at that point of time, those things should get automatically deleted, or those things should get automatically disposed, right? So you might need to define some kind of life cycle. So you need to see which the life cycle that you need for your organization can be defined on that cloud platform. Services provisioning. Leveraging a portal into a cloud endpoint, meaning that we can launch new storage and compute instances at any time. So service provisioning, it might be the day, right? What happens is when you join an organization and you work into some project, right? Then you are assigned with some kind of VM. Then the creation of that VM might inside an organization might take a long amount of time, and you might need a lot hell of approvals from your managers or from someone who is higher in authority. Yeah, so you need such kind of approvals when you are working in a private organization. But in cloud platform, if you need that services anytime, it's easy. You just go, you select that service, you create that service. Okay, so is your cloud able to provide you your required things at that point of time or not? That you have to see in this step before selecting the cloud provider. Incident and change management, part of DevOps structure or as part of existing configuration management approach. So incident and change management basically means you the most followed model nowadays is DevOps, right? In which we have three kinds of environment: production, testing, and the uh, production, testing, and the yeah. So we have these kind of environments, okay, in a DevOps. So if something goes wrong, you should be able to raise the incidents, okay, to solve those problem, and those incidents should be transferred amongst all your group. So if someone knows the solution, that person can help you with the same. End-to-end automation, compared automation controls over the infrastructure as a service. So end-to-end automation means what? Everything is controlled automatically, end to end. You don't have to go there and attach hardware, plug in the wires or something. You just sit, you do the things, and the things go automatically, and the services that you need, you get it on time. So before selecting the best cloud provider, you need to consider this point also. And if your cloud provider is supporting APIs, you might develop APIs in Node.js, maybe in JavaScript or some other programming languages. So the APIs maybe in an, yeah, so the APIs that you are building, right? So you have to see that is this API supported by your cloud platform? Is your cloud platform able to support the API that you have built on a Node.js, right? Or in a Python? or maybe some another programming language? Is your cloud providing the support to run these APIs? Self-service and resource provisioning. Allocate resources such as storage, compute when and where we need. So uh, there should be a self-service. Okay, that means no need to go to the company and say, please provide me this kind of storage or this kind of compute system. No, you just select what you need and you get. Okay, just hold on for a second. Yeah, for now, are you facing doubt in any part uh, where you are not able to understand the concepts? So you can just put your questions over the chat. Okay, I have prepared these slides to be very easy. Yeah, what is the difference between retire and wipe? Okay, so retire basically means that you don't need the software, right? You don't need the software in your organization, but might be in some future you might need that software, right? But currently you don't need it, so you retire it. But if you want it in near future, you will bring it to the active state. Whereas wipe means directly removing that app from your organization completely. Okay, you don't have its requirement in near future also. Okay, if any more doubts, let me know. I think you are able to understand the migration things. Okay, you understood the basic architecture of cloud, right? And now we'll move forward. Okay, yeah, yeah. Now rapid elasticity. We know the concept of elasticity: to expand and contract, scale up and scale down. So which cloud provider is providing you to have this feature instantly? Okay, and at a very less amount of time. It should be very rapidly, because any time, at any moment of time, the traffic in your um, website might increase. Maybe you have launched some offer at 12 o'clock in your website, so at that moment of time, the lot of users can come in. So your cloud provider should provide that elasticity very rapidly, so that that kind of traffic can be handled. Capacity on demand. Okay, might be for now your demand is like you need 1 TB of storage or 1 GB of storage. Okay, but in future your requirements might be that you need petabytes of data, hexabytes of data. So at that point of time, that cloud provider should provide you that lot amount of storage on your demand. As soon as you need that, that cloud provider should say, yes, I have this, take it. Okay, you have to see that kind of cloud provider if your demand is with the storage or with the other things. Then seamless support. You should have the constant support from your cloud provider. If you're facing issues with some of the resources, deploying the models or anything, you might face issue debugging something. So might be some kind of bug you find in the Azure portal, you can report it. The support will be provided 24 cross 7. Okay, that kind of cloud provider you will have to select for your organization. Metering and chargeback. So if you are using any services, right, you should have the future prediction of it, that this will cost you this many dollars, or this will cost you this much amount of money. Okay, so metering and chargeback should be available, where you can see that how much resources you are using and how much resources will cost you. Everything should be displayed in the portal so that it is very frank to you as a user, that yeah, I'll be paying this much year on a yearly basis. Now, assets tracking and usage reporting. Understand what you're paying for and who is using the cloud services and when they used. So if you are paying some amount of money, so you should know that for which services you are using, you are paying that kind of money. Okay, and who is using your cloud services? Maybe some user or some hacker has hacked into your system and is using your resources. So instantly you should be pinged that someone is using your resources at this scale. Okay, and also you should know at what time they were using and what changes they made to your systems, so that we can understand that nothing goes wrong and the users cannot themselves come and make the changes. So tracking should be available, and also reporting. If something goes wrong, the user is doing something wrong, then instantly our cloud providers reports it. Yeah, this is a miscellaneous activity. As you might see, you log into the Gmail account from your uh, laptop as a new user account, then it will instantly tell you to verify. That is called multi-factor authentication. Security. Now it should provide you security in the technical basis and also the business basis. Okay, if you are having some software, then you might have written some kind of source code for it, right? So that source code, you host it in the private cloud. Your private cloud should not be like that, it is stealing your source code and using it for own benefit. Okay, so it should provide you a business security. Also the technical security, like your system should not be hacked by the unknown users. There should be a proper legitimate amount of security that will improve your organization's system over the cloud. Now we are deep diving towards the security. We have seen, first we have seen the different infrastructures, then we have seen the migration, and now we are deep diving into the security aspects. Okay, so security is very important for an organization. Why? You might see in news sometimes that Google was hacked, right? And as soon as the Google is hacked, it actually affects its billion-dollar business. Okay, so this business should not be affected. The proper security should be maintained so that your business is not affected and you keep earning. And now if you are like your if you have a private cloud of your own organization, you have your own servers, right? Then you will have to hire the security personals, pay them higher amount of money, and also might be they are new into that domain, and they might think that, and they might not also have the standard documentations that how should we improve the security of our organization. But here in Azure, you will see that the security, right, the security is very well maintained. They have years of expertise in these security fields. They have been dealing with such kinds of attacks. They update their softwares accordingly. They provide the security in that pace. Okay, every day they will write some code to provide you security. Now, first determine your security needs. What kind of security you need? Discover them. That you, which apps in your organization are very crucial. Okay, you have to identify those apps. You have to identify those data that is very important for your organization, and then document it. Okay, after documentation you should go with already available recommendations. You might find some recommendations over the internet that these security steps should be followed, right? So you will take the recommendations also. Now the skills that would be required in the cloud platform. Now we will see, okay, how the cloud skills will help your organization. So your organization talent would improve if you learn about the cloud. The talent of your organization will improve. You will move from the traditional technology towards the new technology. That is your scope. You can become a consultant. You can become a consultant in some company, consulting them about which technology they should use. And once you become a consultant, then you will get the salary as according to the market. Okay, and once you improve your skills in the cloud technology, yes, they are waiting to hire you. Now, according to your skills, you can choose the domains. Which domain? The first domain that I will mention is cloud architecture. You can become a cloud architecture. So to become a cloud architecture, a person should have the good knowledge of the design and should be able to build the cloud solutions. Then you can become a cloud architecture. You can become a cloud developer. If you want to become a cloud developer, then you should know that what all requirements of your company is, what all things are requirement is. You should be able to write the code according to your organization and become a cloud developer. You can become a cloud security engineer. You should know all the services that the cloud provides for the security. Also, you should know the third party services for security purposes. Okay, and that you can apply over the cloud and secure your organization. Then you will become a cloud security engineer. You can select one of the domain. Not only these domains, there are further more domains. Even if you want to become like a testing engineer, or maybe a consultant, or maybe a cloud engineer, a DevOps engineer, there are lots of availabilities in the domain that you can go into. Now, talking about the expertise in cloud architects, if you want to get an expertise in cloud architect, then understand the cloud completely. Okay, how to align your requirements with the cloud solutions. Okay, if you have some requirements, then how you can implement that on the cloud as a solution. Process of application migration at a high level. You should have the understanding that how you will be migrating your infrastructure over the cloud. Good understanding of the cloud provider. Expertise as a cloud developer. You should have an understanding to build applications on specific cloud. They need to know native programming languages and tools. They also need to understand how to leverage cloud native features or capabilities that are specific to cloud. If you want to have an expertise on cloud security, understand how to design security solutions for the cloud, need to understand the security tools and technologies that are available in great detail. Okay, so when you are starting with your first cloud project, then you will be making various mistakes. Then start with get the talent you need. Okay, if you're starting your first project, identify that what kind of talent you need. If it is your first project, first think small. Don't make a high picture in your mind. Think small, think simple. First deploy simple things. Okay, then if something goes wrong, just make your budget and define that budget on your cloud provider so that nothing goes wrong, and also get the approval from the high management that you are doing this kind of changes. And not only these steps will help you in your first cloud project, but in every cloud project these steps are very important. Now we'll take a break, and if you have any doubts you can ask in the chat, and then we will continue further with the leftover topics. Thank you. So I told you some of the points about the first cloud project. Now this keeping in mind, just read it once more so that you understand. Okay, think small, think simple, then get approval. All the things are there. Okay, now we will move towards the practical part. Okay, I think I stopped the sharing. Yeah. So now we'll move towards the practical part. Okay. So in practical, what all we will be seeing. Okay, I said we have various cloud providers like Azure, AWS, and Google. Okay, so here to show you practicals, for now I will be using the context of Azure and Google so that the things are clear to you practically. And doing this practically is very important to grab all the knowledge and understand everything, that how you will deal with the real time situations. So let's start with the practical. So for you guys, you cannot actually do the practical from your side because it requires subscription, and probably you might not be having these subscriptions. So uh, on my end, I have this subscription available. So you can see the screen sharing, and we will follow stepwise all the procedures to deploy the things over the Google Cloud. So here we are dealing with working with Google Cloud. So our first labs, we will go through various labs in this session and understand every lab. Okay. So this is a 40-minute lab. Yeah, it won't take that much of time, but yes, the time allocated for that is that much. Okay. So working with Google Cloud Console and Cloud Shell, we will be understanding this. So what is Google Cloud Console and Cloud Shell? First, this should be an important question in your mind. So I showed you this portal earlier, right? This is of Microsoft Azure. I showed you this icon also, right? When I hover over this, you see, you are able to see the Cloud Shell being displayed, right? So this is called Cloud Shell. If I open this, in this, you see, I don't have the subscription available. If I just hover it like this, I don't have subscription available, so I am not able to access over here. But in Google Cloud, I do have subscription and we will see the things. Okay, so Cloud Console and Cloud Shell is one and the same thing. Okay, in here you saw this is Cloud Shell, and this can also be called, okay, this can also be called Cloud Console. Now let's start with the what we will be looking in this lab. So in this lab, we will get access of Google Cloud. So you will understand that how we should log in into Google Cloud using whatever credentials you have. Okay. Then how to use Google Console. Console means the UI, right? It is not every time that you will go into command line and type some commands and see the output, right? You want some kind of user interface. So the user interface you might be able to see in Cloud Console. Okay, this is the user interface part of the whole Cloud UI. And cloud storage bucket. I told you, each and every cloud platform has some special kind of storage. It is not that every time you will be storing the data into SQL. Here, the cloud storage that we will be using would be bucket. Okay, a bucket is a special kind of storage where a link is generated for each and every bucket, and you can store similar kind of informations in a bucket. Now, the third point we will be seeing use of Cloud Shell and how to create this cloud storage bucket. And we will get familiar with Cloud Shell features. Okay. So now we'll start the lab. Here we go. Okay. So, okay. To start the lab, basically I have to click here. Okay. So these kind of credentials is generated. You see, this kind of username is generated for me right now, and the password is generated. And every project has some kind of project ID. You can see over here. Now let's go to the Google Console and log in. Okay, this is the Google Console I have here. I am here, and you see I have to put the credentials. So I will copy these credentials, okay, username. And if you go into Google Cloud Console, you put the username over here like this, okay, and then next. Then it will ask you for the password. So basically again, you will have some kind of password. So I'll copy this password right now and just paste it over here. I understand you can accept all the terms and conditions. And here you are into Google Cloud Console. This is Google Cloud Console, and this was, okay, I'll select the country, whichever country you belong to, you can select over here accordingly. Okay, and this is the Microsoft Azure console. Okay, little bit things will look different in UI, but the services you see, cloud storage, Kubernetes engine, compute engine, that you also find here. See, some kind of storages you will see like SQL, like storage accounts you see. If there it is compute engine in Azure, it is called virtual machines. Okay, the naming can be different, but the concept remains to be the same. So this is the Google Cloud Console we are in, and this is Cloud Shell, Understood? There we saw how in Azure the Cloud Shell used to look, and now the Cloud Shell here it is loading. Okay, I just can click into continue, and I have the access. It is connecting. Okay, this is the online terminal that we are going to have. Okay, it is provisioning till we go here and see the steps. Use Google Cloud Console. So we will use the UI to create a bucket. Okay, now we'll see the steps to create the bucket. This is the very well documented instructions on how to create a bucket storage. Let's come here again. You see the Google Cloud Shell has started. Okay, this is a terminal, means this is like a your a virtual machine, or you can say a Linux virtual machine. Here you can run Linux commands like ls. You see I have some kind of text file. Then you can see pwd, the present working directory. So you are working in this kind of directory. So these kind of commands you can run in this Cloud Shell. Okay. Now, uh, now let's follow the documentation. Yeah, I'll just make this slide over here so that it's more comfortable to me. Yeah. So it is saying navigate menu to this, then go to cloud storage and browser. Okay, so here we go. Okay, it is basically telling us to click over here in a console. Then it is telling us to go to the storage, and then you see buckets, right? We are going to create buckets. So we'll click over here. Now we'll see the next step. Click create bucket. Okay, I will click on create. We are creating a storage. So we will click create over here. Okay, we have to give it some name, and that name in this case should be unique all around the world. Okay, this should be a unique name. So I'll just give it some unique name, probably close this, and I'll give it a name, something like this. So it might be unique, right? It will be unique. Then I have given the name over here. Okay, it is saying that give the name and click on create. So I have given the name and I have clicked on create, and eventually see it has started processing. Okay, I'll just confirm public access will be permitted. So to this bucket that is creating, it will be accessible over the internet. So do you want this to happen? It is showing us the pop-up. It is giving us some kind of intuition that do you want this to be the public access, or do you want to make it private? What kind of role access do you want to give it? So let it be public. I'll just confirm. Okay, and you see in just seconds, in just few seconds, that bucket has been created. If I just close this, see this bucket has been created. Can you see? Bucket has been created, and in this bucket I said I can store anything. Okay, we will look into the storage further. Now we have completed this, so we will click here check progress. Yeah, you have created the bucket. Okay, now it is saying to access the Cloud Shell. Now I told you about this Cloud Shell, right? This is the Cloud Shell we have seen. Now what is the speciality of this Shell? This has a 5 GB of persistent data storage. Means in that you can store anything on an amount of 5 GB. Okay, the language supported would be Java, Go, Python, Node.js, PHP, Ruby, any kind of command you can run over here. Okay, let's suppose I just create a file using the Vim editor, maybe first start.py, right? And then I just write over here print hello world, right? I just wrote here. So I told this terminal supports this kind of languages: Java, Go, Python, Node.js, PHP, and Ruby. But I have written a code currently in Python. So let's see if it is running or not. So I'll just run Python start.py. You see, it is running. I just printed the hello world, right? In similar way, you can run such kind of programming languages over the Cloud Shell. Also, it supports BigQuery. It supports the commands of Google Kubernetes, है ना, and cloud storage. So we have seen the speciality. Okay. Okay. So now it is saying that use the cloud shell to create the cloud storage buckets. So I told you, now what we did, we created a bucket using our UI, means using the console. Now creating the bucket in the console was so easy. We went here, we did here, right? But let's suppose you want to create thousands of buckets at a single 1 second. Will it be possible for you doing these steps? No, right? Because every time you will have to click here, you have to give it a unique name and then click on create. So that would be a very difficult process when you have to create hundreds of buckets. So at that time, what you will do is you will run commands. That is when the use of commands will come into picture. Okay. So just so these things they are saying that this is to minimize or maximize. Okay. So if we have to maximize the terminal, we can just click over here and the controls will be shifted to here and the things will maximize. But right now I don't want to maximize the things. Let it remain over here itself. So I will just reconnect it over here only. Okay, that would be the best choice. Now, if you want to create a bucket, it is saying that this is the command. Now, once you deep dive into the cloud technologies, into one specific cloud platform, whether it is Google, Azure, or AWS, you will come across these commands. Okay, this is specific to the Google Cloud. Okay, this command is specific to the Google Cloud. So how to create? It is jsutil mb and then whatever your bucket name is. So we will do same here. We'll give it control V, I'll push. And what happens if I give the same name? See, if I give the same name like what was already created, it was 9789. What will happen is it will show an error. Okay, first we have to authorize. We have authorized it. See, it has not shown an error, but yeah, you can see error is there. Not an error, we can call it also as an exception, or you can say it as error also. It is saying that it already exists. So if it already exists, it is, you cannot create that, right? So we have to give a unique name. Let's give it a unique name. Let me go with 8999. Okay, let's go with 99. Now you see, in few seconds, this command is creating, and it is done. The bucket has been created. Now, if you want to see all the buckets that we have, you see we have two buckets here, 89 and 99, right? And this location type is multi-region, means these buckets are available in different parts of the globe. Okay, and its base location would be US. You can again edit it accordingly you want. Okay, we saw that. Let's check the progress. Yeah, done. Now explore more about the Google Cloud features. Okay, so let's explore. So first of all, we need to move one of the file using click on the more button, right? Then upload. So let's do it. Let's go here. Okay, this is the more button. Okay, then I click on upload. Okay, then I have to upload a file. So choose a file. So basically this is choosing file from our computer. Okay, and we are uploading one of the files. So I'll upload just this logo. Okay, I'll upload it. So it is uploading. It is uploading in the terminal of the Cloud Shell. Okay, I'll click it, upload. See, it will take some seconds and it got uploaded. It got uploaded. If I do ls, yeah, see, I'm able to see that PNG image over here, right? Now I want to put this PNG image into this storage, in this bucket storages. Okay, so to do that, you can simply run this command. You know this command like cp, right? You know this is the copy command basically in the Linux operating system. So similar way, this is the Google Cloud command to put the file from your local storage into the cloud storage. So let's do it. I'll just paste this command over here and edit it accordingly. Okay, so I haven't copied the command, so I'll just minimize this. I'll copy this command, yeah, and shift insert. Yeah. So this is the file name. Now it is asking for the file name. So let's give the file name that we want to upload. We want to upload it in the, okay, so just giving it the name like, okay, I'll copy this name from here. It's a bit complex name, so I'll copy it and I'll paste it over here. Okay, that's it. And the bucket name, the bucket that we have, we want to put this data into. So I want to put this data into this bucket. Let's suppose this bucket. Okay, so I'll copy the name from here. Oh, sorry. I'll copy the name from here. Okay, copy. Right now you see nothing is present inside this bucket. Okay, but now I put this over here and I press enter. As soon as I press entered, it took some operation and it got completed. Now, as soon as I refresh this, you see that image has appeared in our bucket, right? That is how cloud makes everything so simple and so fast. So fast. Within seconds, I'm able to do hundreds of operations, right? Now, we have done this. So I'll just check my progress. Now, create a persistent state in Cloud Shell. Okay, so yeah, okay, so I think if you want to identify the regions that are available to you, okay, then you can run this command. I'll paste this and they will give you the regions list where the Google Cloud can be deployed. So see how many regions are available. See how many regions, right? You can select any one of the region and get all the details of it. In a similar way, we have uh, these kinds of commands, but I don't think okay, okay, I don't think that are important. So we are ending with this lab. In this lab, what all we learned, just I'll revise to that. We understood about the console, the UI of the Google Cloud. Okay, then we understood about the Cloud Shell and we saw one of the storage service, that is bucket. And we also saw that how to deploy this bucket using the Cloud Console and also the Cloud Shell. Now we'll move towards the next lab. Yeah, this is the infrastructure preview. Okay, let's first understand the objectives of this lab. Okay, now there is some kind of marketplace each in each of the cloud platform, or the cloud vendors have marketplace. Okay, let's suppose you designed something unique, a unique image. Okay, a unique image you might have designed. Okay, in that case what you will do is what you will do is you will like to sell that unique thing, right? If you have created something unique, you need to sell that on the market. You yourself can sell that thing in the marketplace. The people would be able to buy from there. Okay, so use a marketplace place to build a Jenkins continuous integration environment. So Jenkins is basically used for DevOps. Okay, so we have to uh, install this software Jenkins. We have to get this service of Jenkins from the marketplace that is available in the Google Cloud. Verify that you can manage the service from the Jenkins UI. Are you able to access the Jenkins UI? That we have to verify. Administer the service from virtual machine host through SSH. Also check if you are able to administer these things using virtual host using the SSH protocol, that is basically the secured shell protocol that works on the port 22. Okay, let's start this lab and deal with it. I'll close this, leave this. Yeah. So the lab has started. Again, the credentials are generated for us. The few steps would remain the same. We have to log in actually using these credentials. So I'll log in. And there we go. Again, we are inside the Google console, right? Now let's move down and understand. So first of all, where can we find the marketplace? So basically in the console, we know the navigation menu. Okay, I'll agree this. We know the navigation menu. The navigation menu is this one, right? We come here, we see the marketplace. We click here, simply. Now locate the Jenkins development by searching Jenkins package by Bitnami. Okay, so I just copy this. Okay, so see in marketplace, various things are available. What you want? Do you want Elasticsearch service? Take this. Do you want Apache Kafka? Take this. Do you want MongoDB? Take this. If you want Databricks, take this. What do you want? There are hundreds and thousands of services available here. You can see if you need some kind of container image, you have these: Nginx, MySQL 5, RabbitMQ, Node.js, Apache Spark, Apache Airflow, and like this. But currently, the service that we are looking for is Jenkins package by. Okay, so let me see all the products. I'll just go to the marketplace again. Yeah, over here. And I'll just paste this. I'll just search Jenkins. Okay, so Jenkins also has a lot of, but you can see Jenkins packaged by Bitnami. You can find it over here. But even the Jenkins are developed is little bit modified. You see the Linux operating system is an open, so to give the uh, good idea that why so many Jenkins are present over here, let me explain you with an example. Okay, that example would be, let's suppose you have a Linux operating system. Okay, and you make some modifications in Linux operating system. You know that Linux operating system is an open source, but somehow you make some modifications that has changed the way that operating system used to behave. Then you can sell that. The example, the enterprise Linux are like Red Hat, you know, Red Hat Linux. So the Red Hat Linux you need to buy. Why? Because apart from Linux, it has some special security features, right? In similar way, these Jenkins are not the simple Jenkins. These Jenkins are modified so that they can specially be used in special conditions. Like the first one can be used in Ubuntu. The second one can be used with Windows. The third one can be used with Red Hat. In similar way, we are going to deal with this one. Okay, I'm using this one. We went here and click on the deployment and read the services. So you can see the whole description overview of how this operating system has been modified and what is special in this. You can see the pricing, how much monthly cost would be. So the estimated monthly total would be like $13 per month. Okay. Now all you can do is launch. Simple. As soon as you click on launch, it gets deployed for you automatically. You have to take, you have to care about nothing. Okay. Now let's see. We have clicked and I'll just, we have done this step. Okay. We have clicked on launch, verify the, okay. Now let's move here. So here, what name I have given to the deployment, Jenkins one. You can give a name as per you want. Okay. Then which zone you want to host it on. You see various zones are available where you can go. In Asia also so many are available. So whichever belongs near to you, you can select that also. So I will just select US Central B for now because uh, that's by default it is present. So I will not make changes. Then on which machine I want to deploy that. I want to deploy it into the N1 machine, which has basically 1 V core of and 1.7 GB of memory. That is okay. These things are, and you can make changes. If you have more requirement, you can go on to different, selecting different versions over here. Okay. But right now, let's suppose we want to go to E2. You can select E2. E2 are very high costly. You can see 8 GB RAM, 16 GB RAM, 32 GB RAM, 64 GB RAM, 128 GB RAM, what you want, just take that. Okay. But right now our demand is not much more. So we will go with the first generation only and with the simple this one only. Okay. We just want this one core and the memory of 1.7 GB. Okay. Then the disk type that you want. Here also you can select the persistent disk type. If you want the faster disk type, then you can go with the SSD. If you want extremely faster disks, then you can go with the extreme persistent disks. Okay. But right now, okay, let's be standard. Okay. How much storage we need 10 GB, we need 100 GB, we need 1000 GB. You can mention here accordingly the pricing would change. Okay. As much resources, see, right now the pricing is this much, right? Now let's suppose I increase the storage 100. See, the pricing changed. So the more you take resources, the more you pay, and you will pay only the resources that you are using. Okay. So I'll make it back to 10. See, again the pricing got updated, and so fast you can see the changes everywhere. Okay. I want to allow HTTP traffic. Yeah, allow HTTP traffic. Okay, accept and click on deploy. And once you click on deploy, it will get deployed within few seconds. So there is some process going on that will take few seconds. Till then, let's see the next step. So these got installed, right? And for the thing that we have installed here, you can see the details on the right hand side where the admin username is user. So I'll just copy that in the notepad for further reference. I'll just open the notepad. Okay. Okay. So what I will do is I'll just store it up here somehow because notepad is not opening for now. I don't know due to some reasons. And then I'll copy this password also. We have that password also, right? I'll copy this. I'll copy this and copy this. Now, the one thing that I would like to tell you is see, the URL is generated here. This is the site address. I'll copy this. Okay. And copy link. and I will open this on the browser. Either you could have clicked there only. You see it opened up, right? And now I am pasting this in the chat so that you can also open in your system and check if this portal is available to you also or not. So just open this and let me know in the chat if you are able to see the same kind of UI over here, over here. I'll just pause for a second. Yeah, great. So you saw how fast the Jenkins got deployed, right? Now we have the username and password for this. So you can also try from your side if you are able to log in. The user I put and the password is this one. So the password I'll copy and I'll paste it over here, right? And just sign in. See, we are able to sign in, but it is giving some kind of HTTP error. Maybe I don't know why. Okay, it might be some kind of that we need to enable. Let's see. Okay, so we have launched it, we have deployed it. Let's check the progress. Yeah, progress is good. Then examine the deployment and yeah, visit the site. We did it, right? Even you are able to access it. We logged in it, right? That's it. That's it. Now, how to access this using SSH? Okay, I told you SSH. I don't know if you have this software in your systems, but or some kind of SSH softwares in your system, but this is one of them. Just let me stop sharing so that I can start this app. Okay, I'll stop the sharing for a second. And I'll also open the notepad. Okay, now I'll start the sharing. Okay, yeah, hope it is visible. So this is a putty software, right? Okay, now we go over here and we see more about the software. Okay, no need to see this. Okay, no need to see this. Show more. Maybe something is visible over here. Okay, yeah, this. Get started with Jenkins packaged by Bitnami SSH. Okay, so we are able to see the SSH over here. We can directly open it over the browser, but right now I will not open it with the browser. Okay, if you want to open it with the browser, yeah, you can click SSH over here and it will directly give you access to the SSH portal of that site. Okay, see, it is transferring the SSH key, establishing the connection with SSH server, and yeah, see, we are into SSH. So it is similar like to Putty we have logged in into. Okay, and we are into the Jenkins right now. So I can do ls and we can perform the Jenkins operations over here. Okay, so let's perform one of the operation over here. So if you want to shut down these services, we can just run this command to stop. Okay, let's do this and let's see the output of that. Okay, I go to that. Okay, here. Oh, I opened one SSH, right? So that this was the SSH. So I just run this command. Okay, this is like a stop command. If you want to stop some service in the Linux operating systems, you run these kind of commands. I just ran it. Okay, stopping the service. Okay, it will take a bit amount of time to stop the service. Let it stop. Okay, it stopped. Now you try to access the site that I have given you. You will see that it is not accessible anymore. You will see this kind of page, right? Just confirm me on the chat. Are you not able to access? Yeah. Yes, good. Okay, and now let's restart the service again. Let's restart that service again. Okay, so we just go over to this, and I will, instead of stop, I will just type here restart. Great. It will restart the service, and again you will be able to access that thing. Okay, so you are understanding how simple it is to deal with the infrastructure. Okay, and you can now, it might have started, so just try to refresh, and again you are able to log in and able to work over your Jenkins. Okay, that is so simple. So we saw it. Great. Now we are done with this lab also. In this lab, what we understood, I will again repeat. Okay, I'll just end this lab and then tell you that what we have seen in this lab. In this lab, first of all, we have seen the marketplace. Okay, in marketplace you have n number of options from where you can select whatever service your organization need. First of all, you have to identify that what your organization's need is, and once that is identified, you can just go to the marketplace, and there 2000 number of options are available. Whatever you need, you can select and start. Okay, now let's understand about the virtual machines. I have already shown you some kind of virtual machine demo with the Azure, but now let's see it on the Google's point of view. Okay, so virtual machines are just machines that you are just like laptop machines or some kind of machine that you are going to use over the internet. Okay, if any doubts, please let me know in the chat, and if it is clear to you, that also let me know in the chat so that I can proceed and you are getting all the concepts. Okay, now let's start with creating virtual machines. Okay, the objective in this would be create several standard VMs. We have to create the standard VMs. Okay, means standard machines. And in some cases, we also have to create the advanced VMs. Okay, now let's see. Again, let's start the lab. Few steps will remain the same, and we have to go through that only. Now we will see how we will be creating the machines. Okay, yeah. So this has started. Okay, now we can open Google Console. Again, we put the user ID, whatever it is, and then we put the password, and we are into Google Console. I understand, and that's it. Okay, the first step. The first step again, in here, you know, in Azure, it is called virtual machine. In Google, it is called compute engine. Only the terminologies will differ, but the concepts will remain the same. Okay. So navigation menu, we go to the compute engine, we select the VM instance, right? So here we are. I'll just again agree with these things. Okay. Now we have to create virtual machines. So again, we go to the navigation bar. Here, navigation bar, we want compute engine. Okay, in compute engine we want VM instances. So VM instances, right? Then we want to create a new instance. So we just click on create new instance. Okay. So give name to your instance, whatever you want to give it a name. I'll just give it a name as a Linux machine, maybe Linux 123, any name you can give accordingly that you want. Okay, I have given a name. Then you have to select the region and the zone. Okay, now regions and zones are like, okay, it is saying that it should be lowercase only. So I'll just go with the lowercase. Regions. So where you want to deploy this, in which region? So let's go with Asia this time. Okay, in Mumbai. In Mumbai, I want to deploy this. Oh, let's say Singapore. I want to deploy it in Singapore. In Singapore, in which zone? Okay, data regions are further divided into zones. Okay, it means in Singapore also, like let's suppose the zone is India or maybe a zone is Malaysia. Okay, so in Malaysia, there might be different states, right, or different areas where they might have different data centers. So these different data centers available in different parts of Malaysia would be called zones. Okay, so any one zone we can select. So let's see, I only selected the Asia Southeast. Okay, that would be fine. But here they are telling me to select US Central, Central 1 and Central C, Central 1C. So I will just select that one only. So US Central 1 and yes, Central 1C. Yeah, that's it. Then what kind of virtual machine you want, what kind of virtual machine you want. Okay, here you see, uh, if you want powered by Intel, you can go here. Okay, if you want high-end machines, you can go over here. Okay, you can see, you can see how much high-end machines are available. Okay, if you need some kind of these kind of machines where you want the power of graphics card, you can select these machines. Okay, you see, you see different type of options available, different type of options. You see the pricing also. You see, if I select this, the pricing, you see the pricing would be displayed on this side. Okay, it's just loading. You see the pricing.
Hey.
Oh, someone has unmuted, can go on mute. So for now, we will select the very basic one that we need, N1. Okay, with one virtual core and this much of memory. You see, its monthly cost would be like $25. Okay, so now, now we'll see the steps. Yeah, you can select this one. It is saying details, machine types. Yeah, with the 4 CPU and for machine, click on N1. Okay, we saw the cost changes, how cost changes, right? We saw that. And okay, okay. Now in this machine, which kind of, see, if you want more things, you can select from here. Okay, you can select. If you want to add a GPU, you can add a GPU to the machine. But right now we are not adding the GPUs. We'll just move forward. Okay. Now the boot disk. Boot disk, you can click on change. Okay. In boot disk, here you can select the n number of operating systems. First of all, which operating system you want. You want Red Hat operating systems, you want Fedora, you want CentOS, different operating systems. You want Windows Server, you want Ubuntu Pro, you can select it over here. For now, we will be selecting the Debian GNU Linux 10. Okay, so here I'll be selecting Debian and here I will be selecting GNU Linux 10, this one. Okay, and the things then would remain the same, right? This would remain same. I am providing it a 10 GB of hard disk. Here also you can again select which type of hard disk you want on, but let's go. Okay, and anything more to set? Okay, okay, this is it. Now I don't want this virtual machine to be accessible over the internet. So in this networking, see network interface, it has just given. Okay, so just let's check which path it is saying. Network interface. Okay, network interface, and this one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here we need to select some default. Okay, that would be fine. That would be fine. That would be fine. Okay, so now let's just create it. So our virtual machine got created. You see, within seconds it will be created. I'll just hide these things. Okay, not hide it. I'll just move. Okay, hide info panel. Yeah. So the virtual machine is getting created. We have to wait for a few seconds so that the virtual machine gets created and it's up and running. And then we will see the details over here. Okay, we will notice that details. Yeah, see it is created, right? Now it has something called internal IP address and external IP address. So we can use this external IP address to connect this virtual machine. I have copied this internal IP address and I will just go here and put it over here, paste it and click on open. See, I'm able to access that machine that I have recently created. Now, what is the username and password for this? I think I haven't set the username and password. If you want to set that, I don't know what username and password did I give, but let me see if we can edit that. Just okay. While creating, we have to give the username and password. Okay, or you just yeah. So the virtual machine has what is the chat? Yeah. So this internal IP is the private IP address, right? That we use within an organization or within a subnet. Okay, and using this IP address you can access it over the internet. If you have this kind of software like putty, if you have this kind of software like putty, you can test it on your own. You can just put this IP address and give it a go, right? If you know how to use putty. Let me see what you all are saying. Yeah, you can use RDP also. You can use RDP also. See here options are available, right? See, but RDP you will use for mostly Windows machines, right? If it is a Linux machine, it is a Linux machine and it is a server machine, then basically it does not have what we should say the UI. If it is a Linux RDP, Linux machine, then it doesn't have a UI. It is totally command line, right? So in that case, we don't access it through RDP. But let's suppose we are deploying an Windows machine, then it does have UI and you can access it through RDP protocol also. Okay, that is the thing. So the thing is understood, right? Now the things that we can check in this, uh, so CPU platform, yeah, these things are available. If you have some, you can see more things. If you want to see logs, view monitoring, if you want to view the monitoring of this application, you can basically do everything over here. See, we are able to monitor the details of this machine, that how much CPU is utilized, how much processors are running, how much memory is acquired. Every detail would be available over here. Okay, again, I'm going to the VM instances, and this is the thing that we have seen. Okay, now let's see what more things are required in this lab. Yeah, these are things I told you, you can see the VM logs, right? Yeah. Now this is creating a different type of virtual machine using again you can create a different type of virtual machine with these keeping these as regions, these as memory type, boot disk and all. Okay, so let's try this as one more example. Okay, let's try this. Use custom virtual machines. Yeah, so I think you got the intuition how to create virtual machines. We will take one of these as an example to create a virtual machine again, but I I want to see if through command line it is given. Okay, it's not given. So let's just create this one. Okay, so again, now you know all the steps. Again, some questions. Yeah. So again, if you want to see in Windows, okay, I will show you it in Windows. Okay, let's go with Windows. So first of all, you want to see the RDP protocol, right? So we go with VM instances. Okay, VM instances, create VM instances. Now these steps, you know, so I'm doing it a little bit faster so that, uh, so I'll just name it as Windows 123. Okay, where region you want, that is okay. The CPU and that you want, I will select, I'll select, yeah, this one would be the great one. See Windows Server. Can you see here we are installing Windows Server, but let's go with this configuration. And what else you need? What else you need? Here it is. Okay, boot disk, I'll change it. I'll change it to the Windows operating system. Okay, okay. I think we don't have a user interface Windows available here. It is just Windows Server that I can see. Let me see if I have some option of more Windows. I don't know if it is an UI based, but let's go with this. Okay, let's go with this. And I don't know in which the UI will be available. Okay, in this, I think with desktop experience, right? So I'll select this one. Okay, persistent disk, I will just leave it as 50 only and select it, and then allow HTTP, allow HTTPS, and then just create. So that much of money you might see the amount that was displaying over there, right? Now the Windows machine is getting deployed. Okay, you just need to wait some seconds. So So whatever your organization's requirement is, you can create a table like that, like this, and come here in this portal and eventually deploy the virtual machine that you need. But here you see various kinds of services are available. The BigQuery services, when you are dealing with the data science, then you will enter into these kind of services. We'll go one by one and explore some of the basic services. Now you see here RDP protocol. Can you see that? Now I can access this machine using RDP. Now they are telling that download the RDP file. You are using a third RDP client. So we need to download that also. But for now, my download is blocked due to my organization restrictions. But now you can understand this, right? Here the RDP protocol is available and you can access it through RDP also, right? I think understood. Someone mentioned this. Okay. Now let's move next. We are done with this lab also. We have understood virtual machines. So I'll end this lab. Now we will have a few minutes break. If you have any doubt, you can just post over the chat, and I'll be resolving all your issues. Then further in upcoming session, we will go with some more labs to understand and get hands on the cloud technology. Okay. Yeah. So if you have any doubts, you can just mention it. And now we will be more practical. Okay. You saw basics. Now you will see some advanced things also. Okay. Yeah. I'll just take some few minutes of break. So hope everyone is available now. Just put yes on chat so that we can start. Okay, so let's start. Now few more lab sessions that we will be going through and understanding the different concepts of the cloud. So right now we have seen the virtual machine. Now we'll go, okay, this one. Oh, yeah, okay. Now we will go with the advanced concept of virtual machine. But before going to the advanced concept of virtual machine, I'd like to go to the virtual networks to give you an intuition about networking, about IP addresses, internal, external things, subnets, firewalls, VPC networking, all those things. Okay, so let's go to the lab of VPC networking. So VPC generally stands for virtual private cloud. Okay, we'll go on to the labs of this. It's just loading. Okay. Uh, yeah. So to explain these about the virtual private cloud, let me see if this is working. Okay. Got this. I'll explain first the concept to you all so you have a better understanding. Okay, I'll go here. I'll just take this one. Okay, yeah, here you can see. Okay, so the virtual private cloud. So the virtual private cloud basically means you are separating the subnets. Like suppose this is the students department of your college, okay, or of some college. This is the students department, okay, and this department is the financial department, and this department, let's suppose, belongs to the maybe the uh, management management the management people uh, belong to this group. This group belongs to the financial, and this group belongs to the students. Okay, so we have to keep them separate. The student should not be able to access the financial data, and the management also should not be able to access the financial data, or the financial person must not be able to access the students data or the management's data. So what we create is VPC, virtual private cloud, and we separate the things. See here the IP. So basically this 10.7 dot, these are called the private IPs. Okay, so inside these network has its own private IPs, and all the machines in this will get these private IPs of 10 dot range. Okay, here they will have their own IPs, and here they will have their own IPs. And as this is a private IP, this network cannot ping to this network because they are totally different. They are virtually different. And if even if they want to communicate, then they need a gateway, a secure gateway. Okay, and people with some kind of administration roles can only access from here to here based on conditions that we will apply. So this is called virtual private cloud, where we separate the machines from others and create our own network. This is understood. Now explore the default VPC network. First, we will see already in this Google Cloud, we have already deployed a default VPC network. So we have to look into that. Okay. Create auto mode network and firewall rules. So what is basically firewall rules? If you want to deny, or if you want someone to restrict some networks, that these people should not, or these IPs, or these uh, things should not be able to access our network. So there we apply the firewall rules, the filters, right? Even in your organizations, you might see some kind of firewall rules being applied, right? If you try to access some website, it will get blocked due to these rules. Then we will learn how to create custom VPC networks with firewall rules, create VM instances using compute engine, and that all. Okay, so let's go. Let's start the lab. Again, we have the similar things that you will see again. You have to log in. We'll just log in it, use another account, and here I'll copy the username. I'll paste it, and then next, and then I have the password. I'll put the password next. And again, we are inside the Google console. Here we are. Right now, I am not going deep dive into how to deal with this cloud shell. Okay, I have just shown you the basics, but once you catch up with any cloud program, you will go into the very deep into this. Right now, we are just focusing on the cloud computing and understanding the basic concepts of cloud computing. Okay. So now it is showing us to go to the navigate menu, VPC network and VPC networks. So let's go. From here, we go to navigate, right? From here, it was already open, but you can just and see VPC networks. And VPC networks have see different kind of services: serverless VPC access, packet mirroring, shared VPC, VPC network peering. These things are used for different kinds of purposes. So you need to first identify what all you need: routes, firewalls, bring your own IP address, VPC networks. So we will go to VPC networks because we are dealing with VPC networks. Notice the default network with the subnet. Okay, so the private IP that it uses, CIDR, classless interdomain routing. Okay, IP address range and a gateway. So let's see the default one. So see, these are the default gateways for different various regions that we have. And for that, we have different various IP addresses assigned. See, right? And these IP addresses have its own gateway, right? That's it. So we understood about the default VPC. Now view the routes. Now to view the routes, you can go over here. So these are the default routes again. Different routes available to communicate between the different subnets. Okay, so these are routes. View the firewall rules. If I want to see the firewall rules, right? In firewall rules, we apply to filters, right? So see, filter is applied over here. Only ingress traffic is allowed in ICMP protocol, then TCP protocol, UDP protocol, and the port numbers are mentioned, right? From 0 to 65536, right? the priority is mentioned, and these are allowed. So basically we have by default 4 ingress firewall rules that we can see over here, right? That is default allow ICMP, IDP, SSH, and allow internal. Okay, we can see those things. Now we don't require these. If we don't require these default this default firewall rules, so let's suppose we want to create our custom firewall rule. So basically you can select them and then just press on delete, and simply they will be deleted. So it will take some time to delete. Right now it is deleted. See, the firewall rules are deleted. Now we go again back to the VPC network. Now we also don't want these default. Okay, if you don't want these default VPC network, you just come inside the VPC network details, select them all. Okay, so they all will get selected, and basically you can click on delete VPC network. So all the default VPC network will be deleted, and you are all set to create your own custom VPC network. We have deleted the firewall, we have deleted the VPC, and now in the left hand routes. So if we go now in routes, you will see that, okay, let it delete. It will take some time, I think. It is loading. So let it load. Till then, parallelly, we will do the next steps. Okay. It is saying try to create a virtual machine. Okay. 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 Let's see. Yeah, it took a bit long to delete, but you see successfully deleted network. Yeah, it got deleted. And now if we go to routes, we can again select this local routes. No, okay, so these local routes cannot be deleted. Let it be there. Okay, now we can see we have followed these steps. We have followed these steps. There is no route, so I need to actually refresh this. See, I refreshed it. As soon as I deleted all the VPC networks, all the routes also got deleted, right? Now, now let's go and create a virtual machine, and then we will come back how this VPC network works. So we will go into the virtual machines again. Now you know the steps, right? Now I no need to tell you again and again these things. Okay, these things you need, but some things will modify. Only that part I will be covering. Okay, this here, let it be same. This here, let it be same. Over here also, let it be same. Okay, so where we want to go, networking this security. Okay, so let it be same. Some advanced options. Yeah, in advanced options, you can see networking, disk security management, and sole tendency, right? Here we are able to see. Now click on networking. So if we click on networking, you will see that you will see network is not available. Networks are not available by default. By default, networks are not available. By default, the networks are not available because already we have already deleted those things going into the VPC. Right now, just let's see how to create a VPC. We will just close this for now and just create a VPC. So you need a network, right? Inside a network, you will place your virtual machine. So let's create a VPC network. We can give it a name, whatever name you want, but right now let's give it as my network, right? Now over here, do you want it to be IPv6 enabled? No. This custom, no. For firewall rules, just select all, okay, and deny. Now the default is basically deny all ingress traffic and allow all external traffic. So what does this means? Egress and ingress. So ingress basically means all the incoming traffic from the internet will be denied, okay, and egress means the request that we are sending from our machine to the other machines, that will be allowed, okay. And you can just create, okay, you can just give some my network, maybe name, and then the region where you want it, just select that. IPv4 range, IPv4 range should be like, okay, 10.1.0.0/24. That's it. And we will click on create. So our network will be created. Our network will be using these private IP address to assign the machines, right? And the VPC network is created. And now you can create a virtual machine and select that network. See, now I am creating the virtual machine. We have let the VPC get created. Uh, then I'll explain you more stuffs about how the internal IP addressing works. Okay. Any doubts till then? Okay. If any doubts, free feel to ask. Okay. I think we need to select some different region. Let me see which region. Oh, US Central 1, US Central 1 and Europe West 1. Okay. So I'll just name it as my VPC. Okay. And this should be stopped. This I'll name it as my network. This is okay. I have to select over here US Central 1. Okay. And here I'll go 10.1.0.0/24. That would be okay. That would be okay. Select all over here. That would be okay. That would be okay. Create. Oh, my VPC, lowercase. So VPC 123. That's it. And then create. Invalid argument where we are making mistake. Create. I just need to check. Okay, I'll go back again. Maybe some kind of issue. Yeah, now it is creating. The portal might cause some time issue. Even if you are correct, then you will go back and log in again and then create the network. Till then it is creating a network. I will just copy this link. I'll just copy this link. Okay, Control Z and open it on the new tab. Okay, and here we will start creating the virtual machine. We'll start creating the virtual machine, compute engine, VM instances. So explaining about this. So see, this has been created, virtual network is created, and the internal IP address is assigned. Okay, so this IP address is actually following the CIDR notation. Okay, where 24 uh, means this belongs to approximately class C IP address approximately. So total we have 32 bits. Okay, and the IP address will be assigned from this range only to whatever machines we create using these virtual network. Now we will create one more virtual network to understand the difference. Okay, you need to understand the difference, right? I'll create one more virtual network. I will name it my my VPC one. I named it 123. I will name it as 2. Okay, just 2. And again a name I have to give it my. So this network I am creating it in, that network I created in US Central, right? And this network I will be creating in my network. I'll name it as 56. Okay, and the network I will be selecting would be Europe West 2. I think West 2, right? Yeah, West 1, sorry. Yeah, that is selected. And here I will give a different range. I'll give 172.16.0.0 slash 24. That would be great, right? And then again, I'll select these options and create. So now understand these things. Okay, let it create. Now I'll explain these things. Okay, this is created in the US region network, and this network is created in the European region. Okay, so networks are different. We have two different VPCs, we have two different networks with different type of IP addresses they are using internally. Okay, this computer deployed to this network will have IP addresses in the 10 dot range, and the virtual machines deployed in this network will have the IP ranges of 172. Okay, now let's deploy the VM and see it in the real world, how it works. So I just go here, I create a VM. I create a VM. I name it as instance one only. Let the name be by default. Okay. Other things I'll check. The operating system that I should select would be okay. Okay. So this is in the region of UN Central 1, C1. That's great. Then we know it debug. There, here we go. And I'll select the operating system as GNU10. Select. That's it. And advanced options, if I want to see, basically, yeah, no need to select the advanced options. That will be by default, and I'll create. Let this VM create. At the same point of time, we will create another VM in the Europe West 1 C1 region. Okay, we'll create another VM. So just create an instance. Let it name as instance 2. Okay, the region here would be European Central 2, I think. Yeah, is it? Yes, West 1, sorry. European West 1. Wait. European West one. Yeah, this one. And this would be B1. B. C. Okay, can go with that. I'll go with C. Okay, that's it. And we will create here the operating system. We will choose again the same one, I think. Uh, yeah, here we will use the different operating system, maybe some different we want. Uh, I'll not use Debian, I'll use Linux. I'll use Ubuntu. Okay, and Ubuntu, which version? Yeah, this version would be good. Maybe some smaller versions. I'll give it as a 40 disk size. Okay, yeah, okay. And then select and then create. Make sure the fields are correct to continue. Yeah, things are correct, but things are being wrong. I'll change it to the less VM only so that things go right. I'll change it to Debian and we'll go with this one only. Select, create. Okay, there's something going wrong. Uh, Change this to 10 GB only. 10 GB. We have some subscription limits. That's why it is causing issue. Go to the issue. I'll go to the issue. I don't want that. Okay, it is telling us to select the network. Let me see if the network has been created or not. Okay, this is created in the Europe West 1 region. Maybe I should select this as B. Just try once. If it is not, then I'll select the network also. Oh, we don't have, oh, we don't have my VPC 2. Oh, I think it needs to be reloaded. Let me just see. But let's understand the concept would remain same. I will go to the virtual machines. Okay, and I'll explain you. It's just loading. Yeah. So the virtual machine you see, I created it in a, I'll close this. I'll hide this. So I created this in a US Central 1C. Okay. And if I have done that, you can just create one more virtual machine to show you the thing. I'll just do it instantly. Europe, West 1C, and that would be thing, that would be thing, that would be thing, that would be thing, create. Oh, that network is not displaying. I'll delete this network, probably. Edit it. I'll make it 10 dot. 10 dot, 1 dot, 1 dot, not 2 dot. Okay, save it. New IP address should be superset of the. Let's see these things. Okay, so now I'll explain the virtual machine. Okay, I'll go with the concept now because I think there is some kind of issue that needs to be resolved. But let's understand. So these belong to the network C. These belong to 10.1.0.2. That means what? That means we created this network, right? We created this network. We created a VPC, right? I'll go to the VPC network. You see, we have created that 10.1.0.0, right? From that range only, the IP address is assigned to this machine, you see. So these machine, instance one, actually belongs to these VPC, right? So it belongs to a VPC. So you understood the concept of VPC. In whichever VPC we place the machine, it belongs to that VPC. And by default, we have so many VPCs. We deleted the default VPCs and created our own custom VPCs. In this lab, we dealt with those things. Now we will go to the advanced concept of virtual machines and look at the lab session of that, working with virtual machines. So now we are into the advanced concept of virtual machines, and we already saw how to create virtual machines, how to create VPC network, how to use the marketplace and other things, and even the virtual network we have seen. Now let's, in this advanced concept of virtual machine, we will customize the application server, install and configure necessary softwares, configure network access, and schedule regular backups. Right now, see, in these objectives, we are exploring many things. Like we are also installing and configuring the softwares. Okay, configure the network and schedule the regular backups. So I'll just uh, start the lab. Oh, I think the time is not prevailing us. Uh, the time is not prevailing us. So I'll go with the concepts. Later on, you can try once you have the subscription of the Google Cloud or maybe any cloud, you can try out these activities on your own. Okay. Uh, Now we will go and cover some basic concepts. Okay, some basic concepts now. Till here we have discussed. Till here we have discussed. So just let me know in the chat, are you, did you got the basic understanding how practically we did things, how practically we started the services so soon and was able to access that service using a website link within a second? Were you clear with those concepts? And are you able to get the understanding of power of cloud? Because if we are deploying Jenkins ourselves, it will take hours or maybe days to do that thing and make it publicly available. Because to make it publicly available, we have to open the ports, right? So are you able to understand the power of cloud? Just type yes in the chat if you understood practically how we did the things. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. So you understood. Now let me tell you, in this Google Cloud, we have like hundreds of services available. Okay, hundreds of services are available. Just let me log in once more so that I can show you those things. Oh, it is required password. I just need to change this username. And we'll use the password also. Before going practically, you also need to understand the theoretical knowledge of cloud. Okay, so in here you see, I just agree this. Okay, let's suppose you are dealing with AI/ML projects and you need the services of AI/ML. So you just search over here, I need products related to ML. Okay, search here ML, or just write C, auto AI ML kit APIs. Everything is available. What do you need, right? If you type machine learning C, what do you need? What do you need? Do you need training and prediction APIs, natural language processing, optimization? Every services, thousands of services are available. Okay, you need to expertise according to your need, like what you want to see yourself in future. You have to expertise on these services available. Understood? And you can see Kubernetes, data query, security, everything. Now let's go with the slides. Practically, I think that was enough to give you the basic introduction of the cloud. Now, security is very much important because every day there are lakhs of attacks over the world in various servers, hundreds of attacks. Hackers are trying to hack the system, right? So here the security comes to be very important, that your system, other intruders should not get the access to. Okay, see, there could be hijacking, there could be data loss, data leaks, some shared technologies issues, miscellaneous insiders, unknown risk profiles, insecure interface APIs. So these kind of problems generally arise in the cloud. And if these problems arise, basically your cloud should be able to tell you that these problems are there and you need to solve these problems. Okay. So these are points that I have described in a uh, more broader way. See, here you can see advanced credit card fraud monitoring system, right? If let's suppose your credit card, you generally use it from one region, but instantly other day that credit card is used from some different region, maybe America, then our system should be able to identify that there is some kind of fraud going on. Insecure APIs, there are APIs calls through which you actually transfer your data from your cloud to different uh, applications. So you should maintain the security in transferring of these data. Basically by encryption you can do that. Okay, encryption, authentication, authorization, these things can help you to maintain the secure APIs. Now, if there are some unknown risks that are coming into your system, then you should be able to identify that. So you can basically visit logs and see there, and visit the monitoring and alerting system of your cloud to see if there are some unknown risks available that is attacking and that is affecting your system. Miscellaneous insiders vulnerabilities, there could be various attacks like various different kind of attack that could happen in your websites, like brute force attack, or maybe some packet attacks to just uh, downgrade your servers or make it unaccessible or make it slow. So these things should be identified through scanning or some other process. Every time you will see that your system will have some updates and patchings. Every few weeks or few months you will see some patches and updates that will also help you to uh, improve the security. Okay. Okay, we were going on to this slide. Okay, we have seen this. Okay, Then there could be a data loss or data leaks that you have to handle. Hijacking, other people can have your access to your account. They might know your password. So if they know your password, there should be a multi-factor authentication. You know, when you are in your organization, you access Outlook or maybe your email ID, then first you will enter your organization's password, and then again a notification will come into your phone that this is the OTP, please enter. That kind of multi-factor or two-factor authentication can be enabled to stop hijacking. Now, how Google uh, uh, enables the security practices? Okay, Google will keep your data secure. Okay, it will stop all the types of threats that are making your system slow. It will make your access safe and keep everything in privacy. Okay, so if you are a cloud security engineer, then you can work with the team resolving the security issues, security audits related to your organization. Work with the security community and advisors. They will help you to improve the security. Then there are various types of security like physical security. If there is some kind of hardware, then you go with physical security. Then we have logical security, accessibility, and redundancy. Then spam and virus protections. I said you need virus protections also. So there would be some kind of antivirus applied onto that systems to protect you on that cases. Avoid local storage. Don't store the data in a local storage. Encrypt the things. Okay. Integrate the security features. Maintain IP address rights. Everything. And one should not be able to access the confidential user data. Yeah, that is from my side. Now there would be a 10-minute Q&A session where you can ask whatever doubts you felt. Okay, what whatever I have delivered and you have not understood the things, you can ask over the chat. So we have a 10 minutes Q&A session and I'm looking for good questions from your side.
Thank you, Vinit. It was very informative, thoroughly done. Nice work. And guys, the floor is open for anyone who's interested in asking a question. We'll be more than happy to answer. Kindly go ahead. You can use the chat as well. Yeah, so the floor is over to the audience. Let us know if you have any questions.
Okay, so a good question is coming that will it prepare for real use cases? Yes, doing labs and doing the things practically will prepare you for the real use cases. But the thing is, you have, uh, I'll tell further about this that if you're doing labs, you are actually able to understand the concepts, right? But this session was giving you the touch to the cloud computing. The cloud computing is very deep, very deep. The concepts are very deep and you need to explore those concepts. Okay, for that you will be taking some kind of certifications to understand those things. And once you get those certifications, yes, you are ready to solve the real world problems. And earlier in stages when you are dealing with cloud technology, surely you will make mistakes. But through these mistakes only you will learn this technology. Okay. So basically it is a very deep concept. Everything cannot be covered in a single day, but we have touched upon everything and I have given you the real feel how the cloud works. And yes, labs will really help you to solve that. But again, you have to go through some kind of certification process that would help you gain more knowledge.
Hi, Vinit. Could you tell the audience a bit about the kind of certifications that are available, like the Azure, AWS, and GCP?
Yeah, so I will give you a detail about the certifications that are available and you can go through. So I'll just go into the Google. So certifications like if you want to do Azure cloud certifications, we go with Azure cloud certifications. Okay. And then we will check the official site of Microsoft certified Azure fundamentals. So first you start with these kind of certifications, the fundamental ones. I think the website is loading. Need to beat a wait. Yeah. So various certifications are available. Let me go to the certifications. So first of all, you identify, I told you there are various fields in the cloud also. So first you will identify what you want to become, whether you want to become a developer, administrator, solution architect, data scientist, data engineer, AI engineer, functional consultant, security engineer, DevOps engineer. So let's suppose you want to become a developer. So you click here. So this is the path to be followed to become a developer. First, get the fundamental certification and then get the Azure Developer Associate certification. And then further related certifications it will show below that you can take for more knowledge. But these two would be the important ones to become a developer. Okay. If you want to become an AI engineer, just click over here. See, these two certifications are good to become an AI engineer. After taking these two certification, it is a simple certification. Then this would be a little bit more harder, and this would be yeah, this are the same thing. You can get this certification to become an AI engineer, AI cloud engineer to be more specific. Then data scientist, if you want to become, you can see what all certifications are available. In such a manner, you can explore each and every path. Okay. Now, if you want to get the AWS certification, then you can just type AWS certification. So how much the certification does cost? Let's see. If you are taking the Azure fundamental certification, then it will cost you approximately $99 to just give exams. Okay. Further, before taking the exams, you also need training. Okay. Now let's understand about the AWS certification. So AWS certifications, also various kind of certifications are again available over here. Uh, get certified, certification browser. Uh, so schedule an exam. Actually, these needs to be signed in. Basically, Azure AWS also has similar kind of certifications. Once you browse through these portal, you will be able to see this. And I'll go to the Google Cloud certification to show you more. Google Cloud certification. Yeah. So GCP. view certifications. So see, fundamental certifications are available, associate certifications are available. Then we have professional certification, cloud architect, cloud database engineer, cloud developer, data engineer, DevOps engineer, security engineer, network engineer, workspace administrator, machine learning engineer, cloud engineer, and cloud digital leader. So whatever you want to become, you can choose as per your need in the Google Cloud Certification uh, portal. Now, what we are providing as a Certisured to you is that you can enroll. We will be taking an exam right after these sessions, where if you score good and get a good score in that, then basically you will get some discounts to join us and complete these kinds of certifications. These kinds of certifications, you can join us at a discounted price to complete the whole course and understand the whole architecture of one of the cloud platform and become a cloud certified cloud engineer. Okay, basically we will start with these certification, that is Microsoft Azure fundamentals. This will help you gain the whole knowledge, and it has a good documentation also. Okay, you can come up and uh, you can come up and join us, our organization Certisured, to get yourself Azure certified. And basically after that exam, if you score good, you will be getting discounts to enroll into the full-time course.
Yeah, so Vinith, yeah, basically Machines Academy and Certishort together, we're going to be, putting across this cloud certification training and which will lead you to get certified, become a certified Microsoft certified cloud, associate, and even which includes even the fundamentals of Azure. So if anybody is interested, do let us know. You can also, I'll drop in an email ID. You can write to us. It's very simple. You have to just write to learn@certishore.com, right? Or you can WhatsApp us at 96066988866, or you can contact uh, Machines Missions Academy as well. So either ways, reach out to us if you're interested, if you want to take it forward. Not everybody, I understand, but some of you may have felt uh, so some connection with the technology. So here's a question for you, Vinit.
Yeah,
One of the audience wants to know how long, on average, does it take for learning part?
yeah, I can see few questions. One was the certification include the lab simulation. Yeah, if you are going with certification, then yes, you have to learn the things practically and you have to deep dive practically. Okay, right now I haven't shown you very deep into the cloud shells, but yeah, that is very important. And then you will also be learning some automation technologies while dealing with the cloud, like Terraform, Ansible, that kind of thing. And the another question is average time required to complete. Yeah, it depends. It depends, but you can take up to like 4 or 3 months to complete the whole path to be a developer. At max, if you are a slow learner, then you might take like 6 months. But yeah, it is fast, it is rapid, and the technology is changing every minute. So you have to grab it, you have to learn it, and if you learn, the companies are available to take you with your knowledge, and you require these complete knowledges about the services that cloud provides. Yeah, even fundamentals include lab simulations, but in fundamentals the lab simulations would be in a less number, but yeah, there would be some kind of lab simulations. uh, and yeah, it would have more of theoretical knowledge, because fundamental means increasing your knowledge theoretically, but yeah, it will have some kind of lab simulations. and tasks as well. Because in each certification, you explore different things. And if you explore different things, you learn different things. And to explore things, you should start with fundamentals. If your base is very strong, then moving forward and upward would be very easy. But if you take the hard task first, then you will be totally confused that what is this happening. Okay. So first make your base strong. Yeah. Okay.
All right, guys. So I reckon we are at the end of the session. It was fantastic having you guys. Thank you very much for being such a sweet audience with nice questions and always encouraging the instructor and complimenting and interacting. It was really nice. Thank you, Masons Academy, for giving this opportunity. University of Malaysia Pahang, thank you so much, and Shizwani, thank you for being so kind and helpful and getting all of us together on this. So we are signing out. Vinit, anything you want to add before we sign out?
Yeah, it was great having you here. And I hope you enjoyed this session and got this basic knowledge of what cloud computing is. And this will help you explore more and deep dive into the upcoming technologies. Thank you. And I
Thank you,
hope
guys.
you all good luck and keep learning.
One more announcement: we'll be releasing